Hi guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're back to the Order of Phoenix Book Club, guys. Hope you're all doing well. Another couple of excellent chapters here today, guys. It's so weird because they're not the longest chapters, but it felt like we flew through like a Quidditch match, guys. Seriously, we absolutely. I guess it's because there's just so much going on so quickly. They felt like weirdly short, you know. But they're excellent chapters, guys, and we'll be getting into it. I do feel like the movie did an okay job in it, but we will go through that as we go through my notes and everything, guys. But before we do anything, before we even do the plug for the Patreon, guys, we got to talk about the news that the Holy Trinity has been casted, guys. Holy Trinity, oh my god. The Golden Trio, sorry, Holy Trinity, my goodness, guys. I apologise for that. It's the Golden Trio. It's being cast, guys. Now, apparently, Harry is Dominic McLaughlin. No, not McLaughlin. McLaughlin. There we go. Very Scottish sounding name. Arabella Stanton as Hermione and Alistair Stout, lovely bit of Guinness, playing Ron Weasley, guys. Now, I don't think you could ask for better. I mean, they look absolutely amazing. I really do already. Yeah, I think that it's absolutely brilliant casting, guys. I was asked to do it in a separate video, guys. Quite frankly, no, I'm going to say it, guys. I'm going to say it because I have to say it. It's a very, very toxic topic, the casting of this show, you know. Now, people have extremely strong feelings either way about certain casting and everything, guys. I don't. I think that this is perfect. Apparently, some people don't like it. I don't really understand what there isn't to like there, guys. I think that they look absolutely perfect. I gotta say, with Hermione, it feels like almost cruel, guys, but a lot of people say that it's perfect casting because she has those teeth. Seems a bit rude, to be honest, you know, but either way. So yeah, the reason why I haven't done another one, I did the John Lithgow update, guys, and even that one had like a lot of arguing and nastiness in the comments, guys. Like I say, from either way and everything, and so I just felt it wasn't worth my aggro, guys. You know that I'm recovering from some very, very bad times in my life, and I don't need the mental stress of having to mediate a pitched warfare because of the casting of a fictional TV show. Now, like I say, guys, I don't have the strongest opinion about any of them. I did say in a previous video, I don't think Nick Frost would play a very good Hagrid. We will see, guys, because Nick Frost has been cast as Hagrid. Paul Whitehouse has been cast as Filch, which is fantastic. I think the thing is, he's not really an actor. But then again, I wouldn't say Nick Frost did either. That's my only concern, guys. But the fact is, Paul Whitehouse, I'm going to love him anyway, because he's just like one of the most lovely people ever. He is great in Death of Stalin, which is an amazing movie, guys. Oh my goodness, I just realised there, yeah. So yeah, obviously the Snape news is the news that a lot of people are very, very passionate about either way, guys. I'm looking forward to seeing his portrayal as Snape. I've never seen him in anything else. It's the argument of which I dipped into briefly before just losing the will to live. It seemed to be a draconian discussion about what the word, oh god, I can't even remember what the word is. Hang on a second. There you go. What the word sallow means, which I don't care, guys. It means nothing to me. I grew up with watching stuff in the 90s and the early 2000s and everything. Very often, you know, different actors from different races play different parts and things. That's always been the case. There seems to be a lot of passion either way for that one in particular. But personally, my personal opinion is it doesn't mean anything to me. It really doesn't. So I know there's lots of very, very passionate people out there. I definitely wasn't going to put a video out about Snape just because it's so such a toxic discussion. And I don't need that in my life, guys, you know. This YouTube channel and very much this Harry Potter series has been a huge part of me getting over and through the death of my mother. So I don't want these to turn into an argument, you know? And so that's why I was never going to post a video about that, guys, because it's too much of a toxic subject. And so that's my honest opinion on it. I think that the Say it right, Veggie. Don't say the wrong thing again. I think the Golden Trio look absolutely brilliant. Nick Frost, we shall see. I know lots of people have a lot of faith in him to do it really well. Paul Whitehouse being Filch, I'm just happy about because it's Paul Whitehouse, you know. And also, it's not like in the biggest role in the world, isn't it? You know that Paul Whitehouse was in a deleted scene from the original movies, guys. He played Sir Doggin, I believe. So there you go. But wonderful to see him here. And so there we go. So I think that these three are immaculate. I will point out the fact that they have clearly CGI'd Ron's feet out, so we don't know if he has massive feet or not. So we don't know if it's going to be book accurate or not. Sorry about getting on emotional there, guys, but, you know, it's been something which a lot of people have been saying, hey, Veggie, we really want to hear your thoughts on the casting and everything. There are my thoughts there, guys. I think this is absolutely fantastic, and I'm just delighted for them. You know, being a child star in anything, guys, often, or, you know, usually goes wrong for people in the future, and so I hope that they are looked after, quite frankly. I'm sure they will be, and they are, yeah. I don't know if they're, thing is, guys, this series is going to be going for a long time, so I don't know if at some point they are going to have to be replaced with younger actors, because obviously they're on the clock now, guys. You know, they'll be adults in a few years' time, and so, yeah, we shall see how that all works out. But either way, I'm delighted for them. Yeah. I'm delighted for them, and they're in for a magical time, guys. Sorry about getting emotional there, guys, but it's something which a lot of you guys have been asking me about, and the fact is, I don't care about certain, you know, things which people are extremely passionate about. That is my honest opinion. Moving on. I don't believe we're starting a book club like this, guys. Anyway, I might have edited this bit out. Anyway, so yeah, if we just cut forward to me saying we may have just cut it out, I decided to cut it out. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for being here. Guys, sorry about the waffle at the start of this video, but guys, if you want to be a part of the discussion, we have a book club, which is in the second half of these book reviews, guys. It's where you guys get the chance to give your opinions, thoughts, and feelings on and questions on the chapters that we're covering. To access it, you can back the Patreon for as little as you want, guys. Literally just $1 gets you access to everything that's over on the Patreon, including The Last Airbender, which is a new series that we started, guys, which I'm thoroughly enjoying already. Without further ado, guys, I'm going to go and watch that footage back to see if I'm actually going to leave that in the video or not. And yes, guys, you'll also get 2 more book reviews, guys. So if you ever get up to date on YouTube, and you want 2 more immediate episodes, you can back the Patreon and there'll be 2 more episodes on there. And so if that's what you want to do, then please do. Right, guys, let's get over to my notes. Thank you so much, Jonas, for the side panels as always. Thank you so much to Max for the descriptions. Let's get into chapter 7, the Ministry of Magic. Yeah, I did say during my waffle just now that I just realised an irony of Paul Whitehouse being in Harry Potter, because I mentioned a movie called The Death of Stalin, which is excellent, guys. It's a dark comedy, and I do mean dark, but it is very good in my opinion. And it's got Lucius in it. It's got Lucius Malfoy in it. But yeah, that movie is it's obviously set in Russia, and you know all the characters in it are Russian, but they've all either got English or American accents. So the irony of the discussion that we was just having and everything. There is a great bit where one guy says, "Well, you can kiss my Russian ass." It's amazing. Anyway, it's great. It's really fun. It's Mando Iannucci, if you know who that is, guys, who I'm a massive fan of. But yes, it is dark though, guys. So be warned. It gets I'm not gonna say, but it does get very, very dark. Either way, guys, let's get into it. I'm so sorry again about the waffle at the start, guys, but I thought I'd finally actually come out and say my opinions on the casting and everything. So, thank you so much, Jonas, for the side panels and Max for the summaries. Harry wakes up early on the day of the hearing to find some adults in the kitchen, and he has breakfast. Harry, after getting some advice, he and Mr. Weasley head to the ministry. They get into a phone booth, which Mr. Weasley explains is the visitor's entrance. When they get to Mr. Weasley's office, a co-worker tells them that Harry's hearing has been switched time and location, and they are already late. They finally get to the courtroom where Arthur wishes Mr. Potter luck, and they part ways as Harry opens the door. And it's so interesting, actually, Max, because you just made me realise that in the book, they are late. In the movie, they have 5 minutes to go, and so it's basically they're extremely lucky and everything. Because Kingsley whispers it into Mr. Weasley's, or Arthur as I always call him, ear. Okay. Okay, I'm going to say this real quick, guys. If you do feel obliged to give your opinions on the casting of Harry Potter and everything, then do so, but please do it respectfully. If you see a comment that you disagree with, you don't have to engage it, guys. And so let's just try and avoid... I don't know. I feel like I should just restart the entire video again. No, we'll plow on. We'll plow on, guys. This is the shame, though, you know, guys. I wanted it to be about, you know, the Golden Tree and everything, but, you know, I'd give my thoughts in the casting in general, didn't I? Either way, let's get into it. So, yes, it is the day of the hearing. Mrs. Weasley has laid out Harry's jeans and T-shirts, which in the movie he's actually wearing some more formal clothes, which I would have thought that the Weasleys would have thought it best to put Harry in wizard clothing. So it does. I feel like the powerful voice, or whatever it refers to, says to put the badge on your robes or something like that, and so it would be normal for a kid during one of these hearings to be wearing robes, I believe. I would have thought they would have done that, but no, they are literally just putting him into the clothes which he flew over with, I presume. Because obviously, you know, about like you're being on time and everything, and being polite and everything, and being well dressed and everything. It's a lot of things which are you're told to do when you're having such an important hearing and everything. So I would have thought that they would have gone the wizard route, but well, clearly not. The blank painting is giggling. I wonder if the blank painting's ever going to pay off, guys. I don't know, because I'm not even sure if we're actually going to be going. We will be going back to the Black household again, won't we? But it may be a while. I'm not sure where we're going next, actually. I'm actually really not sure where we're going next. We might be going straight back there after this, in fact. Harry leaves Ron sleeping. It says that he tries not to think about the next time that he sees Ron, because that will potentially be when they're not going to the same school as each other now, which is such a... That was a really powerfully described moment. I thought that was actually really... Yeah, I thought that was, yeah, I could really relate to that, you know. I feel like I've probably done very, very similar things myself many times over the years. So Molly, Arthur, Black, Lupin, and Tonks, which I got M-A-B-L and T in my notes, are in the room. In the kitchen, I guess it would be, when Harry comes into it, and it feels like that they are actually waiting for him and everything. Tonks has a curly blonde hair now. Has been up all night. It doesn't say why, but it does in a minute. Again, my notes, you know, the way that I write them and everything does explain where she has been. Molly asks Harry what he wants for breakfast. She basically offers him anything and everything, and Harry just says toast and everything. You get the feeling that he's not really got any sort of appetite at all. Again, this is adding to our tally of breakfast, guys. I think that this is probably the first time that he's just had toast. I'm not sure though, guys, because the thing is, obviously toast is usually a utility for something else, and so he definitely has had toast. But it's, if you just ask for toast, you presume it is just... Well, no, because you have the condiments on the table, don't you? So I guess you just have the toasters put there, and then you have whatever you want to put on top of it. So maybe we have had this breakfast before. I'm not sure. But Harry's breakfast is a big topic, guys. It really, really is in these book clubs. Lupin asks Tonks about Screwjaw. Apparently he's been asking Tonks and Kingsley questions, so presumably that is someone who works at the Ministry of Magic. I'm pretty certain Scrumjaw, I should say. Scrumjaw. is a new one. I guess it's actually their name rather than a nickname. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that's never come up before. Molly is basically doting on Harry, like straightening his shirt out and everything, and tries to comb his hair in a bit and everything, straightening his shirt out, and says that Harry really wishes that she wouldn't. I guess it's making Harry nervous, the fact that she's so he needs to look proper and everything, which again I would have thought they'd put him into robes, but everything, she is making the situation feel as serious as it is, which you'd imagine Harry's probably trying to downplay in his mind and everything. Again, the stuff in these chapters that we have going on in Harry's head are absolutely brilliant, guys. And you can't do that in the movie, you just can't. And so I've got no real problem with the movie. There are some changes in the movie which I question, but there's nothing. The one big thing, guys, is Fudge. Seriously, because I need to go back and watch my reaction of the court scene. Seriously, because Fudge is a very different character here, and it all started, obviously, since the end of the last book and everything, guys. But Fudge has gone in such a different direction than I was expecting, just because the movie version just isn't like this at all, you know? He really isn't. So, yeah, because Molly, like, sawing out a shirt and everything makes the event feel larger. That's what I get the impression from it, anyway. Tonks has been doing night duty, which I presume is guarding the house. I don't know. I presume, maybe. Arthur is wearing pinstripe trousers and a bomber jacket. I'm not exactly sure why. Because obviously it's a mishmash, isn't it? Which would suggest it's Muggles, which is that the sort of outfit that Arthur would always wear to work? Or is this since Voldemort's come back and everything, he's doing it in a very plain-faced, I am a supporter of Muggles sort of, you know, solidarity sort of way, maybe? Or is that just what he wears? It's nothing to do with Muggles and everything. But I get the impression it's meant to be related to Muggles. Maybe? Lupin says it'll all be over soon. Luckily, he continues on and says in a few hours you'll be cleared. So complete optimism by Lupin. You gotta love him. You gotta love him. I do anyway. The hearing will be taking place in Amelia Bones' office. Bones is definitely a family that we've come up with before, right? I don't know if there's any Bones. I think there are. The thing is, guys. Obviously, I have time in between these book clubs and everything, but you know, it has been a while since certain names cropped up. I'm sure there are Bones at Hogwarts right now, aren't there, as students? I'm sure there are. I think there are, anyway. Bones is apparently a fair judge. Black tells Harry to not lose his temper, which again, it doesn't say it this time. It's one of those moments where very often Harry would think to himself, well, you're only saying that because you'd be like that, or something like that. But you get the impression that's really what Black is essentially saying to Harry is, look, we know what we are like, so I'm telling you to not be like that right now. That's really what I get from Black being the one to say to not lose his temper and everything, and to stay on subject and be polite and everything. Lupin reassures Harry, saying that the law is on his side. Harry suddenly thinks that someone has used a disillusionment spell on him, but it's actually just Molly combing his hair, or attempting to comb his hair. She's like, just never lay flat and everything, which is amazing. Lupin says, I'm sure it will all be fine. And Black says, and if not, I'll see to Amelia, there we go, sorry. Amelia Bones for you. I'm guessing that's a joke. So I think that Harry actually does smile at that, I think. I'm hoping it must be a joke. It has to be a joke. Yeah, of course it's a joke. Because Bones is a good egg, guys. We meet her down the line. It's a shame that in the movie she's just... Just give her the monocle. Just give her the monocle, you know? I don't know why they didn't. I'm guessing maybe because they wanted... Well, no, because she does look quite. She looks quite threatening in the movie. And Fudge really doesn't, guys. We'll get into it later on, but I just watched the scenes back as I always do in these videos. Completely night and day character, quite frankly. It might be the subtleties that they're going for in the movie, but quite frankly, when watching the movie for the first time, I did not pick up on the subtleties. Especially Lucius being there. I don't understand that a little bit, but either way, it doesn't matter. But maybe it's because, I mean, the actor who plays Umbridge, guys, which we have finally met, which is very, very exciting, is so, so good. Imelda Staunton, isn't it? Married to Jim Carter, who's a great big guy, and she's absolutely tiny, guys. But yeah, I believe they're married. I bet he'll show up in Harry Potter. I bet he'll show up in the HBO series, guys. Who would he play? He could have played he could have played a very interesting Hagrid. He's too old though for that, unfortunately. Thing is, he is a great actor, Jim Carter, and he has such a good voice, But who would he play in Harry Potter? I don't know. Let me know your thoughts if you know who Jim Carter is, guys. But I'm sure there's plenty of people that he could play. Sorry, guys. I'm all over the place. Yeah, okay. I need to start removing my notes as I go, because I always do. So, yes. Black will sort out Bones. Other apparently usually apparates, but instead they'll be going versus the visitor's entrance. They'll be walking today. He does say that they could go apparition, obviously with him grabbing Harry and everything. But obviously, considering the crime that Harry has been accused of here, it's best to follow magic rules to the letter. It really is better that way. I'm not sure, because they could have flu powdered it, you'd imagine. Or no, they can't. No, they can't, because the Flu Network's being looked at, and they are at the Black's household. So yeah, absolutely. Although you'd imagine that there would be, because in Hogwarts Legacy, there's just like flu powder ports all over the place, and so you'd imagine that, especially in London, there would be flu powder, ports that aren't, from private residence to private residence, maybe. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They get there on time. They use Muggle transport. They're on the train, of course. Naturally, Arthur is very, very excited about being the Muggles. I should say that that Harry and Arthur has now left, leaving Harry's toast. They get a ticket from a bored-looking Muggle. It's interesting because we have a bored-looking Muggle and a bored-looking Wizarding World worker in the security guard, who's called... it's got a really simple name, isn't it? It's not Bob, which we will be talking about in a bit. Eric, isn't it? It's Eric. There we go. Eric. There we go. But yeah, we have two disgruntled workers. There's a lot of bored workers, let's face it. In different worlds, which is actually... I don't know if that's on purpose, but I really like that. So the whole ticket situation is a lot more different in the movie, where Arthur just pats with the ticket scanning, and Harry has to scan them both through and everything. Which I don't know if that's an Oyster card. I'm not sure. Are Oyster cards even still a thing? I have no idea. Obviously, I never had one because I'm not in London. But yeah, I'm guessing that's what Harry had there. In the movie. And yes, they catch the train to central London. I don't know if I wrote it down. I thought I did, but the fact that it is in central London. I mean, what is the point of the Wizarding World? Sorry, the Ministry of Magic being in the central London if it isn't connected with Muggle Parliament, which I think it is, right? I don't know if that's ever going to be explained, guys. I mean, again, we got the whole discussion of Ireland and Britain, as it said in this, which is very interesting. In fact, it would say Ireland and Britain specifically, not Great Britain, not United Kingdom, which are 3 different things. Unfortunately. Not unfortunately. No, sorry. Not unfortunately. What I mean is confusingly. Yeah, not unfortunately at all, guys. But in confusingly, Britain... First of all, England, Britain, Great Britain, and United Kingdom are all different things. Fun. Anyway. But yes. So, as they're going on the train, Arthur is counting each station down. Now, I don't know if that is because either he's excited about the fact that he's doing it, oh, we've got this many to go, or if he's very, very anxious about it, which is probably what I think it's going to be, because he's worried about, you know, missing the stop and everything, and, you know, or misunderstanding something and then getting it wrong, and then Harry ends up being late or something, and so he's obviously, I feel like that's where it is, and also that's just how I feel when I'm on the London Underground. Which I'm guessing it's the Underground. I'm not sure if it actually is, because there are, no, there aren't trains into the centre of London that don't go underground. So yeah, it must be underground. Or the tube. Or we don't know. Or if it's to make Harry feel better. I don't think it is actually, but it's definitely making Harry feel worse. It's like one of these, like, you know, anxiety-inducing moments. Like, oh yeah, this many stops, we're getting closer. You know, it's like, I get the impression that it's in the book to actually put over Harry's stress even more, and it did a very good job there. Oh yeah, here we go. So the Ministry of Magic being in central London must mean that it's in collaboration with actual Parliament, right? Because if not, then why would it be in the centre of London? Anyway, doesn't matter. I know it's one of these things which we discussed before, but I get the feeling that we're probably actually never going to get an answer to. They will be using the visitors' entrance. It is down a street with shabby offices, a pub, and a overfilled skip. Very different in the movie, guys. I mean, the area in the movie, it looks like it's just next to Town 10 Downing Street. You know, it looks like a really, not even expensive, because money wouldn't ever be a thing in that sort of area. You know, it's such an important area. Whereas in the movie, absolutely not. I don't know if they made that change because I think that these movies probably did. I mean, they definitely bring in a lot of tourism now, that's for sure. But I get the impression that very often in these movies they were trying to have it as a bit of an advert for London. The start of the movie where they're flying past Big Ben and you know, under the Millennium Bridge and all that sort of stuff, that absolutely felt like an advert for London. And so I'm guessing that's why they chose the very, very posh, expensive area to have the phone box rather than a place with shabby offices and a skip. Obviously, we had the Leaky Cauldron before, guys. But that's a good point. We have had the Leaky Cauldron before. But yeah, I don't know what the purpose of this change was. Maybe because they didn't want to have a disconnect between the important area of London and the important area in the Wizarding World. But either way, so they get into the telephone box. I got down here, guys. It's very rare for a red telephone box to actually be a phone box anymore. Maybe in London because of tourists and all that sort of thing, but definitely out in the sticks or, you know, around where I live and everything. If you see a red phone box, where is the closest one to me? I feel like there's one fairly close. But usually in my area, because I live in villages and everything, I live in a village, they tend to be defibrillators. They do. They you know, if anyone becomes ill and everything, you can go in there, put in a code and get actual defibrillators to try and resuscitate them and everything. Or mini libraries. That's also another thing where, you know, it's not manned, obviously, but if you go there, open it up, see a book you want, take it. You can keep it, you can return it, but it's just there. So that tends to be what those phone boxes are used for, because obviously people don't tend to use phone boxes anymore. Very posh areas, like I went to Bybury. Bybury? Bybury. Yes, Bybury, yes. Me and Woozle went to Bybury a month or so ago, and they had actual phone boxes with working phones and everything. But they're pretty rare nowadays, guys, to actually have the actual phone in. A rotary phone, that seems wrong to me. And I'm sure back in like the 70s and maybe the 80s, they would have the rotary phones, as in the one where you have to go whoop, you know, to put in the number and everything. In the 90s, in the mid-late 90s, which this is in Harry Potter, no, guys, it was all buttons. I remember it distinctly, you know. Seeing a rotary one would have been very confusing, even in the mid-90s, you know. It actually would have done. In a phone box, you know. And even in rotary phones in general, they were being sold as novelty phones, you know. And so, yeah. I feel, but maybe that's the point. That could be the point. It could be the fact that the Muggles have got it slightly wrong, or it could be that it's such a unused phone box that it still has the old rotary. You know, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Or it doesn't matter. I'm just looking way too much into it. That's the great thing, guys. Because at the start I said I just don't care about certain aspects of the casting. It doesn't mean anything to me because, like I say, I've seen many people of different, you know, races and backgrounds playing many different roles. But at the same time, when it comes to the tiniest detail in these books, I obsess with. You know, so some things I really care about, some things I don't. Harry Potter's breakfast, absolutely. You know. Anyway, right. So the number is 62442. I have no idea what the relevance of that is relevant. I must admit, guys, I have not read the comments in the book club because I never do. But very often, because the thing is, because Patreon's so brilliant, when it says when someone comments on any video, on any post on Patreon, it just says this person has posted on Patreon. So if I've just posted, like, say, Last Airbender or something like that, and I want to know immediately what people are thinking about the series and everything, I'll think, okay, I'll see if that's Last Airbender. Turned out the comment was for the book club, and it started off by saying that number is. So I didn't read the rest. So apparently there might actually be relevance to that number. Hang on. D. A. B. No. Okay, right. I thought it may spell something out, but obviously not. But yeah. I don't know what I'm even saying. Anyway, yeah, so we will get to that in the book club, but thank you very much for whoever made that comment as well. The voice says, welcome to the Ministry of Magic, asks for them to name their names and business. This is all missing from the movie for whatever reason. I don't know. It wouldn't have taken long. But yeah, in the phone box, I think I'm not even sure they put a number in fact. I don't think they do. They just like start to lower. And it seems like in the book, the entire phone box lowers, right? Whereas in the movie, it's like a shell inside it moves down. But then, is a full phone box when it's down? So I'm not sure. Maybe it's like a ghost of it? I'm not sure. It's quite weird. It's quite weird what they did in the movie. Harry gets a Harry Potter disciplinary hearing badge, which is meant to put on his robes, but he's not wearing robes. Harry is told that he will be searched and have his wand registered, which is very. I really like the fact that we're getting that detail so early. Cause it's basically like warning people that this is going to be happening. There's no need for that line there because obviously it just happens later on. But I really appreciate that there's the security, I guess you could say, it is bringing it up at this early point. I thought that was actually a really nice touch. And even then, because when it said about the wand getting registered, I was thinking, oh, are they going to be taking his wand off him then? Turns out no. It turns out there's something very interesting, which we will discuss in a bit. But yes, maybe that was there to just make us think, oh, is this the point where he's going to have to surrender his wand? So yes, the entire box, I believe, goes down in the book. Sorry. The hall it has a wooden floor with peacock blue ceiling with golden symbols. I don't think the ceiling is there. I'm not sure if it is. I don't think it is like that. If it is, then I apologize. The floor is perfect. It is a dark wood. Well, actually, no. Because it's a wooden floor, but the walls are shiny black wood, and the walls in the movie are like green brick or green tiles. But the floor is dark shiny wood, and so yeah, in the book the floor is wooden, but it's the walls which are the shiny ones though. Fireplaces with queues outside them and so on. Very good at the queuing. Very British, apparently. We get the fountains, guys, which did confuse me a bit. So the fountain is of a wizard pointing upward, followed by a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. I didn't have any recollection of this at all in the slides. I remember one which is like, is it muggles holding something up or anything? Maybe that's not there yet or something, which would make sense. But yeah, I didn't remember this at all. But in the movie, I think there are two fountains, right? There's one of the wizard pointing upwards. And then a separate one of a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf, maybe? I think that's right. It is quite because I got down here, what is the point of this fountain? Because it makes a very, very big thing about the fact that the wizard is the main dude out of them, you know. And so I was wondering if it's about cooperation or if it's about hierarchy. Because at least in the description of the book, it does state how the wizard is by far the dominant one there, even compared to the witch. But then later on, it does say about how it is also putting over witches as much as wizards as well. But from the initial description, I was thinking, oh, hang on, is there a how can I word this? But a hierarchy of the man being above the woman in the Wizarding world. I'm not sure if that's ever come up before. I don't think it has. No. But yeah, that confused me a bit. But then I'm pretty sure later on it did clarify that the wizard and witch were meant to be above the rest, or rather than just the wizard being above the rest, you know. But it being separate fountains, which I'm pretty sure it is separate fountains in the movie, would suggest otherwise. Anyway, I could be wrong. I need to be deleting as I go, or I get lost. We're actually really flying through it, guys. Like I say, the chapters aren't particularly short, and there's so much detail in this chapter in particular, which is just so good. I gotta say right now, I haven't written down every single bit of that detail, guys, because it was just so much. But the descriptions of the Ministry of Magic and how complicated and how big it is, because, you know, we have like 20 different elevators, and you'd imagine those elevators aren't all going to the same locations. And so it really puts on the Ministry of Magic being over as actually huge. Yes, here we go. So the creatures, as in not wizard or witch, are looking up to the wizard and witch, and so it's not. So it does suggest that the witch is definitely not akin with the others, you know. And so that's what I kind of got the impression from the initial description, but then it did clarify it later on, though. I didn't remember that at all being in the film. Like I say, I remember there being a Muggle statue, but I don't think that has been that's there yet. And obviously, I've actually been to the Ministry of Magic. I've walked those hallways and seen that Muggle statue as well. Certainly not the other ones, because they were probably CGI. So the fountain it's the fountain of magical brethren. So that does mean that it is meant to be like a coming together sort of thing, but actually kind of putting the wizard over the rest as well. I'm trying to think if there's any other creatures that should be there. None that really spring to mind, but there must be others. Not that I can think of right now, though. So there are coins in that have been tossed into the fountain. Which I've got down here. Is that a wish pool or I can't remember what they're called. Insanely, because it's a very British thing from what I gather, guys, to like flip coins into fountains and everything, and then make a wish and everything. There's a sign saying that all proceeds will be going to Mongo's hospital, which is wonderful. We're hearing a lot about Mongos. Hearing a lot about Mongos. In this book in particular, I feel. So yes, a security guard who looks very, very bored of his work and everything. Already first thing in the morning as well. Searches Harry with a golden rod, not a wand. Harry's wand is put on like a wooden scale looking device. A bit of paper appears with the wand's details. The security guard actually asks Harry if that is correct, and I wonder for what purpose. Yeah, that threw me off a little bit, guys. That's, to me, that is one. It could mean that the machine isn't very good, so it just needs clarification. Or it could be that maybe in the Wizarding world there is a trade of stealing people's wands and replacing them with others, and so it's clarifying to Harry this is actually your wand, right? And so maybe that's the purpose of it. I really like it though, guys. It's a really nice detail. I love that it's on a piece of paper as well. It feels very real and official, you know. So I really like that detail. And yeah, and he says, okay, you have this back. I keep this, keeping the piece of paper. I really like that. I really like it, guys. The fact that he asked him if it is his wand, or no, if it is correct. And I don't know the purpose of it, but I thought it was a really nice detail. I really did. Just as they're wrapping up, he notices the scar and like says, "Hang on." Looks at the name tag, looks at the scar and everything. And Arthur immediately like says, "Thank you, Eric," and they both leave off. And so you realise that Eric has just realised who he's actually dealing with right at the last moment. A large bearded wizard with a box making a rasping noise. He says hello, Arthur, and Arthur says hello, Bob. Now, when this bit came up in the book, guys, I was actually going to tweet out the GIF of Blackadder going Bob like that, which is it's the way that everyone in the UK says Bob now, guys, because of a couple of episodes of Blackadder, whenever anyone is called Bob, they go Bob because that's how he says it. There's a great reaction channel. I've only ever watched their Red Dwarf reactions and currently watching their Blackadder reactions. Gallifrey Gals. And they did the first Bob episode last week. And I put in the comments, so it's really great to see two people say Bob for the first time. Despite the fact that most people watching the video, because they grew up with Blackadder, would have been saying it their entire lives. Bob. But yeah, I did. So yeah, I was going to tweet out that the GIF of Blackadder saying Bob like that, but Bob is in the movie, guys. I didn't remember him at all, and so yeah, and it's really I like it because it's one of those payoff bits for the book readers where he's like just stood there with his box, and all of a sudden it like glows like fiery red and everything, and then cools back down again, and I think his beard catches on fire or something, and it doesn't explain what it is. But book readers know it is a chicken that is breathing fire, which is amazing. And so I really like that. That was a nicely handled moment, you know. So yes, they take the lift, guys. There are 20 odd lifts. I wonder in the American version, does it say elevator, or would Americans know what a lift is anyway? You know, in the same way that Americans would know. What's a good example? I'd imagine you know what a pavement is. But you don't say pavement, you say sidewalk, and so it might be one of those things where you don't call them lifts, but you know what it is. Or maybe in the American version it is actually changed. I don't know. Let me know. Because I was listening to Stephen Fry again this time. So yeah, I haven't written down every single level here, guys, but the details of all the levels are so interesting, and hearing what departments are associated with each other and everything was actually really cool. It really really put over. It was such a huge introduction to what the Ministry actually is like. Because up until now, Harry hasn't really had to care about what the Ministry is like, but suddenly we're really hearing like how it is this very, very real, I don't know how to put it, guys, but very, very real workplace, I guess you could say, you know? And very, efficient, I'd put it. The thing is, I don't want to say corporate or anything like that, guys, because I feel like that's a bit unfair. But it felt, I really appreciate the way that they are described in these chapters. And so one of them is level 7, which is the Department of Magical Games and Sport, incorporating British and Irish Quidditch League headquarters. Which has raises all the questions in the world there, guys. Incorporating British and Ireland Quidditch League headquarters. So that is plural, so they are not the same. So Ireland has its own league, and Britain has its own league. Don't know why Scotland's not involved in there. Oh no, it's Wales, isn't it? Oh god. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I believe this is how it is. England is England, which is a country which has a capital city of London. Britain. Oh, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I think that Britain is actually Scotland and England. Or is it England and Wales? Thing is, if I type in what countries consist of Britain... Oh, hang on. I'll do this. Difference between Britain and Great Britain. Nope. I've spelled that wrong. As always. I swear there's a difference. Here we go. Oh, we got a map. That's useful. Oh no, Great Britain refers to the geographical island of England, Scotland and Wales, while Britain can refer to the same island or sometimes a larger political entity of the United Kingdom. Well, that's incorrect. That's just incorrect. It can be referred to as including Northern Ireland. You'd be wrong though. That is a United Kingdom. But Britain, I swear, doesn't include one of the countries on the British Isles. But Great Britain does include all the countries on the British Isles. I could be wrong here, guys. I could be wrong. Yeah, it looks like I may be wrong, but I've always considered Britain to meaning not the entirety of the British Isles, but Great Britain it is including the countries on the main island, guys, which is Scotland, Wales, and England. United Kingdom is Northern Ireland included in that, and Republic of Ireland is nothing because it's a completely separate entity. Hence why they're still in the European Union. And so we get back to it again. And I don't know if we'll talk about it much, guys, because I just get the feeling there is no definitive answer. I don't believe that the author would write that in the Wizarding World, Ireland is a part of the United Kingdom or is its own entity as just Ireland. Because I mean, back when this was being written, guys, it was still a very hot potato. Like, as in genuinely deadly. You know? And so I don't know if it's ever going to be answered. Maybe it's just to simplify things, but let's not get into it. Let's not get into it, because we discussed it before, guys. I get the impression that there'll never be an answer to it. So we hear that there's an official Gobstones club, which seems very odd. Official Gobstones club, it says. Club. So that means that it's not really a sport? I don't know. That's such a it's not a sport, is it? It's essentially a prank game, really. So, but the fact that the elevator is listing it, I don't really understand what the official Gobstones club consists of, to be honest. But let's not spend too much time on that, though. And the ludicrous patent office, which raises all sorts of questions. Because why would it be ludicrous, you know? Anyway, or maybe it's Why would it be ludicrous? And why haven't Fred and George been there yet? Maybe they have. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand the meaning of that. Actually, one more thing on the British, Irish, and United Kingdom front, guys. Has the United Kingdom ever been said in these books? Is it ever said in these books? Can I type that in? Will I come up with that? Is United Kingdom ever said in the Harry Potter books? No, the phrase United Kingdom isn't explicitly mentioned in Harry Potter books. Well, there you go, then, guys. That's very interesting. I don't know how accurate that thing is. I just used, but yeah, the fact that United Kingdom is never used as a term. Intriguing. I get the feeling that we'll never know. I get the feeling that we will never know. So the lift calls for every floors. Again, I haven't made notes of every single floor, guys, but the detail in it is fantastic. It's very 70s, having a voice saying all the different departments and everything, guys. Even as a kid, I don't think lifts ever had that over here. Maybe they did, but obviously in the 70s, you'd actually have a person there. And actually saying floor 4 going up. Yes, I've watched. Yes, I've watched Are You Being Served? A bit of it, guys. It's okay. It's good. It's good. It's one of these 70s sitcoms. We got to talk about 70s sitcoms every blooming video, don't we, guys? Thank you very much, by the way. I had a lovely discussion with a couple of you about the sitcoms last time. I hope I worded my replies okay. Yeah, I love discussing this sort of thing. And the fact is, guys, you know, when I say my opinion of shows like Love Thy Neighbour and everything like that, I'm not saying this is the correct way of thinking, or this is the right. My opinion is right or anything. I'm giving my opinion about it, you know. So I really enjoyed talking to you guys about that. When it comes to Are You Being Served, it's one of these 70s sitcoms, much like Only When I Laugh, where it's very theme-based. And so there'll be an episode which is all about smoking, and they're all giving up smoking, it's really stressful. And then the next one will be the episode about gambling, and they're all gambling and losing money and everything. You know? And then the next one will be... I don't know, like other examples, come on. Like cooking, you know. And like each episode has its very, very, very strong theme, which every single joke is built around. And it makes the whole thing feel very fake because of it. Particularly with Only When I Laugh, which takes place in a hospital, guys. The theming of each episode is so strong. Like, there is an episode where they're trying to give up smoking, or like trying to have a secret cigarette without the doctors or nurses knowing. But every single line is about smoking, and all these characters which we've never even seen speak about smoking or actually smoking or at all are completely obsessed with smoking in this one episode, you know. And that is really the case with Are You Being Served as well. Like, there's like a German episode where by the end they're all like dancing in lederhosen and stuff like that, and like, you know, clinking steins and stuff like that, you know. I like then the next episode it'll be a camping episode where for some reason they're camping in the department store, and it's and all the jokes are about camping, you know. It's like it's so yeah, it's very, very theme based. Are You Being Served? Very popular though. It ran for a long time. I've only seen a bit of it. Like the first 2 seasons and something like that, and it's good. It's good. It's certainly not top tier. It's certainly not bottom tier. Oh my goodness, there are some bad ones. I think I mentioned it last time, but Blummin, what was it called? Melting Pot. Oh, jeez, that was not for me. That was not for me. So unfunny, in my opinion. Anyway, sorry guys. I got to go on a waffle about 70 sitcoms because, like I say, the sitcoms which were from before I was born, and for some reason I find them absolutely fascinating. Even the ones that I hate, I sit through the entirety of and everything, and I certainly don't hate Are You Being Served. But the reason why I brought up Are You Being Served is that I had a very, very famous theme tune, which is actually really good, actually, which is like this woman like listing all the different departments and then again going up, and it's actually really cool. It's actually a really cool start theme for a sitcom, kind of iconic in fact. But anyway, now let's move on from us. That is the 70s sitcom part of this video done. You get at least one each video, guys. Let's move on. Going up. Sorry. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Very iconic, like I say. Paper airplanes enter the lift as well, as they do in the movie. Very nicely done detail in there. Arthur does explain that they are memos and everything. In the book, he say that they used to use owls, but it just ended up with droppings being everywhere, which... You'd imagine... Okay, this is me being draconian again, but Arthur can't be talking about in his own lifetime, right? Because if not... Or maybe actually, because some things stick around for a lot longer than they should, so maybe when Arthur first joined, they were still using owls. But you'd think that for the centuries before, they would have had a lot of... Filch would have been, would have been up against it, quite frankly. Trying to clean up after all that. Oh yes, so we get even more of the different floors and everything, guys. We hear about the Obliviator HQ, which is very interesting. You'd imagine that is for Muggles, right? I think maybe. I don't know if it is necessarily Obliviate that they are actually using on Muggles to right. So Obliviate is actually a lot more powerful, isn't it? But no, I think the wielder of Obliterate decides what it is that is forgotten, because obviously in the case of Hermione, oh god, guys, it's gonna be horrible getting that part of the book. It really is. If it happens, it may not happen, guys, because obviously Harry's not there, is he? So yeah, they get to their floor and everything. Oh yeah, we got Muggle-worthy excuse committee. The word "worthy" is very interesting there, guys. But yeah, Muggle excuse committee is presumably. Oh yeah, that was just a wind. Yeah, just like trying to explain away magical events and everything, I presume that's what it's for. But the fact it says Muggle-worthy excuse is very interesting. It kind of. Is that being derogatory? I feel like it might be. Maybe not. Maybe not. But I love the way that all these departments are titled, I should say. I think it's fascinating. They walk past enchanted windows, which have different weather conditions and everything like that. I think that's fairly common in certain places, guys. I know that in, at least in Oxford anyway, that some hospital waiting rooms have like a blue sky above them and everything, It doesn't change, obviously, and, apparently last time that the magical maintenance magical maintenance wanted to get a pay rise. That they had the windows having hurricanes for 2 months. It's very interesting getting into unions now. Or we get to Aura HQ. Arthur is no, of course he's not an Aura. What am I talking about? But yeah, we're going through Aura HQ. The boards are all filled with wanted pictures and family pictures and Quidditch teams and everything like that. We don't get it, maybe because Harry is obviously very, very stressed about everything. But you get the impression that a part of Harry's mind is thinking, today could be also the determination if I could ever be an Aura or not, because it's kind of the job that he kind of wants, And so yeah, but it doesn't really mention that though. We get to Kingsley. Arthur and him are talking like they hardly know each other, which is really nice detail. And that certainly isn't the case in the movie, but then again, we don't even hear what Kingsley said. He just whispers into Arthur's ears. Ear, I should say. You can't whisper into ears. I guess you can. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. God. Stupid tangents that we go on in these videos, I'm not going to be talking about. If it's a one-handed slapping, guys. Can you talk into multiple ears? Of course you can. But not necessarily on the same head. So yeah, they're talking as if they don't know each other, which is a really, really nice detail. When Harry goes to say something, Arthur steps on his foot, which is a bit brutal. To be fair, I'm pretty sure that Kingsley, I don't know if he gives him a wink, but he I'm pretty sure there is some sort of nudge here. With Kingsley like saying, "Yep, we're all playing a game here." I'm pretty sure it is. I'm not sure exactly what it was. May have been a wink. I'm not sure. Not a game, sorry, but playing our roles. They get to an area which is filled with pictures of Sirius Black. Not just the wanted posters, but articles and photos, and even the photo of the Potter's wedding where he was the best man. It is there and everything. And there's a world map with like little pins, like shiny pins, like point out different locations and everything. So, which would suggest that they definitely think that he has gone, that Black has gone global. So Kingston asks Arthur for info on flying Muggle vehicles because they believe that Black might be still using his motorcycle, which I don't know if is a purposeful red herring because obviously Hagrid now has that, doesn't he? I'm pretty sure he still has it. I'm pretty sure he does. Maybe he doesn't. Is it just in the first scene that Harry uses the motorcycle? Hagrid using the motorcycle? I swear it's not. No! How did Hagrid pick up Harry? They were on a boat, weren't they? Oh, I'm so confused. I can't remember now, guys. It's such a while ago. But maybe that's a purposeful red herring because they know that Black doesn't have the motorcycle and hasn't had it for the longest time. He gives Arthur a magazine and says that Black will appreciate something or something, and we don't really find out what that is. I'm guessing that will come down the line. And Kingsley says how the Fire Legs report held up investigation. Oh no! Firearms, good. I had actually written down what the pun was. So I was worried I wasn't going to be able to remember what it was, but yes. So yeah, the Fire Legs report held up an investigation before, and Arthur has to correct him and says, "Well, it's actually firearms." But yeah, which obviously Muggles wouldn't know nothing about, would they? They did in Fantastic Beasts, didn't they? But yeah, that's neither here nor there. So yeah, it's clear that they're trying to sabotage cases. Maybe not just the Black case. There might be other cases as well, but they are clearly throwing the cases and messing them up on purpose. Apparently, Molly's making meatballs. Making meatballs, which Arthur does risk it for a biscuit and tell Kingsley that that's what they're going to be having if Kingsley can get home in time. We get to Arthur's office, which is extremely small. It's filled with like 2 desks which have been really shoved in there and filled with cabinets and everything. I don't know if that is a recent thing. I get the feeling it might be the fact that that they've been moved there as a kind of punishment. Maybe, or maybe that has always been how his department has been run. I get the impression that it may have been a recent change though. So yeah, there's lots of filing cabinets filled with paper on top and so on. There's posters, but there's also stuff which Arthur is really into, which is like posters of cars, post boxes which have been cut out from children's books, a diagram of how to wire a plug, which is very interesting. That's a very I like that. That's an interesting level of Muggle life to actually a Muggle detail for Arthur to be particularly interested in. A hiccuping toaster, which is presumably something which someone has enchanted legally. A pair of leather gloves twiddling their thumbs, which sounds like the sort of thing which you'd see in the wizard world, but obviously they are Muggle gloves as well. Because gloves aren't necessarily a very Muggle thing, are they? People in the books definitely have gloves, but I don't know if in the movies they have gloves. No, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. In the books they have gloves, I should say. And of course a family picture of the Weasleys, but unfortunately Percy has walked out of it, which is blooming horrifying, guys, but we get more Percy in the next chapter as well. Which I was not expecting. That would have been so confusing if Percy was there in the movie. It really would have done. I'm pretty certain he isn't. It's noted that there are no windows. Arthur says how it was felt that they didn't need them. Again, I feel like this is a recent decision, but maybe it isn't. For them to be in this tiny office, I should say. I got on here. I still don't understand why Arthur is dressed like that, but I feel like it might actually be a kind of rebellious sort of statement of supporting Muggles. Because it's certainly not in his work that he needs to be dressed like that, and it is notably odd. Or maybe it's just his usual style, you know? Maybe. I don't know if that's the case, though. Perkins arrives, who I believe... Have we heard from Perkins before? I feel like we may have done. Oh yeah, okay, so Perkins, sorry. So Perkins arrives and Arthur looks at the magazine that Kingsley had given, which is the Quibbler mag, and says that something in it that Black will enjoy or find funny or something. Again, I'm hoping that pays off, I'm sure it will. There are memos for for the third regurgitating public toilet, which apparently is an anti-Muggle prank, guys. Now, I don't think that is one of those sort of things of, you know, if you have regurgitating toilets, then you think, oh, Wizarding World and all that sort of thing. I get the impression that it's actually something quite nasty. You know, worse than what Fred and George would do. Or maybe as bad as what Fred and George would do to some people, I guess you could say. But yeah, it might be that it just comes flying out, which would be absolutely horrific. Arthur says that people have been having to call in the Plimballs, which is obviously meaning plumbers, which is amazing. I got on here though, there has to be Wizarding World plumbers, and I make the revelation in the next chapter that squibs would surely, because most squibs don't live amongst Muggles, right? You can imagine that some absolutely would, guys, because it's going to be a place where they're going to be a lot more accepted, you know. And so you'd imagine that quite a few squibs would live in the Wizarding World, in Muggle world. But those who live in the Wizarding World, I guess you could argue you could just have any wizard fix it for them. But you know, there are some very lonely people out there, so there probably would be an agency that would be willing to come out and to fix things for them. But they'd be actually called plumbers, maybe not. Maybe that's the difference. I've got down here toilet systems in the Wizarding World. I mean, it's the sort of thing which I would love to hear an actual complete breakdown on how they work and everything, guys. Because you imagine that, you know, it may be round a U-bend and then nothing. You know, into nothingness. You know, in the same way that Bill made the parchment disappear in an earlier chapter. But yes, let's not get into it because there is no facts on it. So yeah, Perkins arrives. Says that the trial, not the trial. What it is? The hearing. There we go. The hearing has been changed to 8 a.m. in courtroom 10, so it's no longer in Bones' office. And Arthur is shocked by this. Says that they're 5 minutes late, which in the movie I'm pretty sure they said that they have 5 minutes to get there. Because they're certainly because they are running. They're like running downstairs and everything to try and get to this place. Whereas in the movie, they're really not. And Arthur even has like a little chat with Harry before he goes in the movie. Again, not really the end of the world. I still don't understand the Lucius Fudge thing. Because, yeah, I don't. Because the thing is, Fudge in the movie, I just got the impression that he is just in denial. And that is it. There's nothing to do with Dumbledore or anything, whereas it's clearly a lot more so much more in the books. The fact that it makes Fudge out to be a completely different character to me, which I was not expecting at all, guys. I really wasn't. So yeah, surely change time without getting confirmation of the accused knowing it wouldn't change the outcome at all. Yeah, so you can't say that you know it's that is the not the plaintiff, but is plaintiff the accused fault of not receiving a message. But then I thought about it, and it's because the message, if there even was one, would have gone to Privet Drive, and so that is something which I didn't think of before. So that covers Fudge's tracks, quite frankly, because you get the feeling that there was a bit of tampering with things arriving and everything. But again, in the movie, the way that he says to Dumbledore, he says, "Oh, you got our message." It didn't seem like it was like an inconvenience to Fudge, whereas in the book, you really get the impression that he was thinking, "Oh, you got the message. What? How did that? You know, it's a surprise that Dumbledore's there. You know." Again, very, very different character. Arthur says that it's catastrophic that this change has happened, and that the courts have not been used for years, which you'd imagine is probably around 13 years, right? You'd imagine, which is obviously would have been. Well, we'll get to it, guys. But I was wondering if something was going to happen, and it bloomin' happened, which we will get to. I've got bowed here, and I don't know what I mean by that. A long corridor in only door at the end. I don't know. I've got bowed. I feel like bowed is a character, but I don't know why I've written it down. I'm sorry, guys. Obviously, I wasn't paying attention at this point. Oh, it's all that. Oh yeah. But bowed asks Arthur why they're going there. They haven't been that direction for a long time, something like that, whilst they're in the elevator. But they get to the floor. They're like running down the steps. It's obviously very, very dangerous. Again, very, very different tone from in the movie. They get to a very long corridor with one door on the end, but then they turn off to go down another staircase. Yeah, here it is, guys. This is where I made a prediction. Well, actually, I predicted that the long corridor with the door at the end. I presume that the door, which they don't go into, could be potentially where Junior got his hearing. But no, it seems like where Harry actually opens up into is actually the same room, which is wild, guys. And I don't mind the change in the movie because it looks really cool. The impact of that moment for Harry is shocking in the book, and it is for the reader as well. So I do prefer the book, certainly, but I don't mind it. It looks very good. It looks very good in the movie. There are no lifts on this floor. It's all just like staircases and everything, which you'd imagine maybe for security reasons. You think maybe to limit different ways out if someone is able to break free. Arthur says for him to go in once they get to the door, and Harry's like expecting Arthur to come with him, which you'd think you'd need at least an adult on his side, which lucky he does get eventually. But yeah, it's brutal that he is having to just walk in there on his own with people that are largely against him, or at least very judgmental of him. Anyway, guys, brilliant chapter. Like I say, there is so much detail that I didn't cover, but it wouldn't just be me reading a list. I really love all the different departments that we did hear about in this chapter, but so good. So let's get into the next chapter, which is, of course, Chapter 8, The Hearing. Harry enters the room and recognises it as the one he saw in the pensive with the Lestranges and Crouch Jr. trial the year before. Harry sees Fudge and Percy right away, but Percy does not acknowledge Harry at all. The trial starts, and to the shock of Fudge, the glass shatters, and Albus Percival Wulfric Brian, Dumbledore, my middle name by the way, Brian, not Dumbledore, walks in as witness to the defence. By the way, guys, the glass shatters is a reference to wrestling. As is that. The Wizard Council is playing wizard checkers whilst Dumbledore is playing wizard chess, and continues to counter everything that they say, and even brings Mrs. Fig to testify. Well, one of the witches in a council seems to be on Harry's side, Bones. There is one who is completely on the other side of the spectrum, Dolores Umbridge, who strongly attempts to thwart Dumbledore but falls short. Harry wins his trial, but without even a side glance, Dumbledore leaves. Thank you so much, Max, for the summaries. Thank you so much, Jonas, for the wonderful side panels. A lot to get into in this one, guys. Oh, by the way, Weasel's here. I didn't acknowledge her, did I? You're right, monkey. Are you okay? I bet she won't be wanting to be in here long. I think she's already wanting her WLAK. We've been doing a lot of long ALKs lately, guys. A lot. I've really gotten into walking this year. I really have. I don't know if you've got All Trails, which is an app on the phone, guys, but we have been taking advantage of that. We've been doing, like, you know, walks which are like maybe an hour and a half. Some walks are like 3 hours. Many walks are 4 hours long. Weasel and I, which if you follow me on Blue Sky or Twitter, or Instagram, I posted them there. I posted it on there as well. We walked around the coast of the Isle of Portland, which, if you may know, a cartoon show called Portland Bill, which apparently wasn't based there, but yes, we walked around that. That was amazing. That was over 13 miles, and it took nearly 7 hours. Rough walk as well. There are many steep inclines and declines just like that. But it's beautiful, though, absolutely, man. We chose the perfect day for it as well. But long drive there and long drive back. Anyway, are you going to be okay, monkey? And she coped with it fine. She coped with it better than I did, that's for sure. So yes, we've been doing a lot of walking. So, yes, it is the dungeon from Goblet, guys. Genuine chills at that point in the book. Guys, seriously, it was like... It was so well done, because... I think it might be partly because The Pensive is still my favourite Harry Potter book chapter. It was so powerful. So to have that sudden realisation gave me chills, and I felt terrified for Harry. It was so good. It was such a good moment. I don't think you could replicate that feeling without Harry going, hang on, this is the place that I saw in The Pensive, which might actually take away from the dramaticness of the scene. You know, you couldn't have that in a movie, so I don't mind the fact that they changed it. I really don't, actually. In fact, it's probably the right decision, because like I say, you would have to have Harry say, I remember this place, which means that you would lose the chill up the spine think of, oh god, this is that place. You can't have Harry speak that, you know? And so I feel like it was the right decision. So Fudge says that you're late and everything, and it's clearly very, very angry and down at Harry, which the movie version just isn't at all. And says that an owl was sent to them that morning. I think it says, which is a bit cheek. I mean, it sounds like it was meant to be a very late mail, doesn't it? But and like I say, presumably that went off to Privet Drive, or maybe it didn't. Maybe we'll never find out, you know. I mean, quite frankly, if it went to Privet Drive and the letter was left there, is mail ever left? Of course it is. Of course it is. So presumably the Dursleys would be seeing it then. Which was no real big deal. They knew it was happening anyway, didn't they? Everyone is in plum roses with a silver W. I mean, and that is in the movie, guys, and I've never really noticed it before. But is the W meant to say, is that meant to be wizard? It seems so odd. It should be an M. It should be an M. I don't understand why it's a W. Is Wizarding World one word? Because I'm pretty sure it isn't. And if it is, it's so odd. Why is it not an M? It should be Ministry. It should be Ministry. It should be Ministry of Magic. Should say Mom. Yeah. I don't... It's one of these things which I get way too into, guys. It really is. But yeah, the fact is a W is just strange to me. Fudge is in the front. Fudge is in the front row. Like you say, he's in a row rather than being on a pedestal, which he is in a movie. But again, that change is fine. Harry notes that there is no indulgent smile that Fudge usually has when addressing Harry, which is... I love that. I love that little detail so much. The fact that Harry picks up on that. Percy's there. Percy's there. Bloomin' heck. He is getting a lot of focus in this book, guys. He really is. I can't believe how much Percy stuff we've got, but I love it, though. I'm really appreciating it. So much Percy stuff cut from the books for the movies, guys. But, you know, they haven't recast Percy yet, from what I gather. Maybe I'll still get it. Maybe I will still get it. The interrogators will be Fudge, Bones, and Umbridge. First time hearing that name in the books. Very exciting. Oh. What? Well, Percy's the scribe, anyway. I don't really understand what else I've written here. Percy Ignatius. Oh, Ignatius! That's his middle name. I'm not sure we've ever heard his middle name before. There we go. I thought it was a spell, Ignatius. It kind of looks like one. And as the trial's just kicking off, Dumbledore appears from nowhere. Very Randy Orton on it. Stating his name as he does in the movie as well. You got to imagine. I mean, the thing is, guys, one thing that I've realised relatively recently in these book clubs is that some people really don't rate Gambon's Dumbledore at all. To the point where during the Katniss and Hermione rap battle that we reacted to on the channel a few weeks ago, even that brought up Michael Gambon's performance. So it's so strange to me because he is such a great actor, you know. But you got to admit that bit is great where he goes, Ryan. As if the other middle names aren't embarrassing enough. That being said, book Dumbledore is much better here, but that's because I feel like because he's playing off Fudge being a lot more angry. Fudge at the end of the trial in the movie, guys, I don't think Fudge cares either way. I genuinely don't. Whereas in the book, it's absolutely the last thing that he wants to happen. And so yeah. Yeah, anyway. So, two witches at the back of the trial start waving at him, which is amazing. I got down here actually. The two witches waving at him. Are they risking their jobs by doing that because they're like, you know, associating with Dumbledore? But maybe they're not. Maybe because they're not associated with Dumbledore and are just doing their jobs and everything, that they felt that was fine, whereas Kingsley and Arthur wouldn't be waving at Dumbledore and everything, you know, because they're watching their backs. Maybe they're not watching their backs at all because they just don't feel like because they're not aware of, because a lot of people won't be aware of it, guys. The bias towards people that are big Dumbledore supporters, you know, if that makes any sense. Fudge, like, maybe it's just the way that Fry read it, but the way that no, I'm sure it's the way it's written as well. Fudge is really surprised that Dumbledore. Oh, you got the message, did you? Like, so like confused that he managed to that he had received the message, if there was a message sent. I think there must have been a message sent, but in the most difficult circumstances possible, last minute sort of thing, you know. But no, Dumbledore had the foresight to arrive there 3 hours early. Of course, Arthur said that Harry and him will leave early as well, but I don't think that's so much down to foresight, really, is it? Film didn't really make sense why Fudge would try to trick them. Yeah, exactly. So in this, when Dumbledore said what he said, I got the impression that that there is some sort of conspiracy going on. But honestly, I didn't think that Fudge was a part of that. Now, the actor who plays Fudge, I think, did a brilliant job. I really do, guys. But it's clear that movie Fudge and book Fudge are two completely different characters, you know? And so, yeah, when watching the movie, not for a second did I think that Fudge was actually biased against Harry. Now, the fact that he was whispering with Lucius made me think that people are trying to sway him and everything, and maybe that's why the letter to Dumbledore could have been missed and everything, but luckily he arrived 3 hours early and everything. But even then, I still thought that he was a dottery politician who he's not really very good at his job, and he's just like, oh, Dumbledore, you're here and everything like this, and he's trying to get manipulated, but isn't, because he's kind of unaware of it all, you know, because he just doesn't think that any of the Voldemort stuff is happening. In the book, he is absolutely a part of he's the top of the conspiracy, and that is not something which I would have. That is such a surprise to me that that's the case in the book. Maybe I'm a fool, guys. Maybe I missed stuff, the subtleties in the movie. But I just didn't think that he was a part of this. He was the top of this massive conspiracy. That was, yeah, that is a complete surprise to me. Don't worry, babe. We'll go after I finish this chapter. I'm loving it. And quite frankly, I loved the movie Fudge as well. But this is so much more personality in this one, though. Yeah, it's not that long, Weasley. Dumbledore makes a orange armchair appear for him to sit down with his fingers crossed and everything, which is a nice little detail. It's kind of like, because it's such a intimidating scene and where they are and everything, to make something which is specifically orange armchair really just takes away the aura that is clearly being put on to intimidate Harry here, which is just wonderful. So the charges are just one. It is the use of magic. It is an international law apparently that we learn here, which is very interesting. The international stuff is always very, very fascinating to me. Fudge brings up Harry's previous, says that Harry's got so he's got previous with, like, you know, with using magic in the house and everything, and Harry goes to say about the fact that it was Dobby, but he's cut off by Fudge. Oh no, he goes to explain, but he's cut off by he's interrupted by Fudge. I got down here. Presumably he was going to say that it wasn't him, which obviously later on in this chapter we actually find out that is what he was going to say. Although there is another example of him using magic which I'd completely forgotten about, incredibly, considering how wild it is. The Monocle Witch asks if the Patronus that he made was a corporeal Patronus, which is a very interesting term. Never heard that word before. Clearly defined form. And Harry says, yes, it was, and that it's always a stag. And Bones, who we then find out it is, like I said, it's never a wisp or anything like that and everything, and says, well, no, it is a stag. Obviously, it is a wisp sometimes. I got down here. Are Patronuses allowed to be cast at Hogwarts? I would presume so. I presume that's absolutely fine, isn't it? I can't see why it wouldn't be. I think it'd be fine. As in students who haven't been taught it, obviously, being able to do it. Although Lupin did teach him. Harry says how Lupin was the one who taught him, which, you know, could have been throwing Lupin under the bus, but it wasn't, though. Again, there's nothing wrong with doing it at Hogwarts. And so Bones is like, oh, wow, impressive. And so immediately we get this ray of hope in Bones, which we had heard she's impartial, being kind of impressed with Harry. They should have given her the monocle. I don't know why they didn't, guys, in the movie, but either way. Getting rid of that. Fudge tries to argue that it's that the more impressive it is, the worse it is in this situation of doing it amongst Muggles, which kind of, I can kind of see that, but if they're going to mind tinker or obliviate the Muggles anyway, that kind of makes it irrelevant. Kind of, because it is such a big and bright thing. It means more work, sure, because more people may have seen it, but yeah, I'm not sure how much worse it actually is. But obviously, again, for just trying to build up this crime to being worse than it is, which again we just don't see in the movie. I got down here. Did Dudley get visited by auras about the whole situation? Obviously, he knows about the Wizarding World, and so Dudley knowing about the Wizarding World has to make it less bad. It absolutely does. Like if Hermione used magic in front of her parents, would it be as bad as this? But obviously, with Harry, it's trying to be made out to be a worse situation, isn't it? And so, yeah. So presumably Dudley wouldn't have been visited by auras because there would have been kind of no point. Dudley knowing the Wizarding World surely makes it less of a crime, kind of. I think so. When all these things are being said, Percy like gives like a smirk to Harry, which actually is the reason why Harry then starts to speak up and defend himself. Which is, you know, Percy was the inspiration, guys. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. He's a hero of this book, is what I'm saying. I did it because of the Dementors. Fudge says how it's very convenient how he chose Dementors because Muggles can't see them. Now that line is in the movie, guys. Again, I didn't pick up on it, but it's yeah. To be fair, that I should have picked up on that being a bit of a biased take from Fudge, but I didn't. I simply didn't. But in the book, it's very clear that it's like he's calling Harry out here. As the thing is, Fudge doesn't bring up Harry's previous, you know, which would have really put over, no, this sudden turn that he has had against Harry, despite the fact that he was doing those things when he was still pretending that he was Harry's best friend, you know. But yeah, I got down here that surely there should be an objection. I'm not sure, like what are they called? I can't remember the term that they used here, but the judges essentially can just say, no, you're lying. I don't think that's how law works. You know, don't call me an expert, guys. But I'm pretty sure that's not how law works like that. Dumbledore says that there is a witness, and Fig is there. Oh, yes. So says that there was a witness to it. My notes before it's revealed that it's Fig, but obviously because of the movie, I assumed it would be Fig. Got down here that Fig must be there very secretly. And it seems like, I got down here, are squibs kept check on when they live in the Wizarding World? And it seems like they actually are. It seems like they're actually monitored, so we'll get to that in a minute in my notes, guys. But I find squibs so interesting, guys. I really do. And so that was intriguing to me. The fact that they're like saying, well, there is no Wizarding World folk around there. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. I got down here, is Bones in the film? She is, but she doesn't. They could have given an eye patch. Not the eye patch, sorry. That's Moody. Monocle. Dumbledore offers to go and invite Fig into the room, but Fudge immediately orders Percy to go instead. I love this, guys. This is the back and forth. Do you want out, Monkey? I'll let you out. This is the back and forth, which is so good in the book, and is just non-existent in the movie. Now, again, I will state, I like the movie scene. I really do. I really like movie Fudge. But it's so different than in the book. It really is. This scene it's essentially two people having an argument, and there just happens to be Harry and a trial around them, you know. And of course Umbridge and Bones getting involved as well. Again, it's possible that I'm just stupid and I missed it in the movie, but I really didn't. I didn't. Now watching it again, I'm seeing the subtleties, you know. But when I first watched it, I really didn't. But I love that, the fact that Percy is sent to go get it instead of Dumbledore. Sorry, the squib. Fig, I should say. Jeez. Fig is in slippers. Excellent, excellent. Bones says that that they have no record or of wizards or witches living around Harry. The situation is monitored, particularly because of Harry, and so yeah, so that means that squibs wouldn't be. What are squibs, guys? Are they muggles? Are they wizards? Are they witches? Because it seems like here it is stated that they are not witches or wizards. But they're not muggles because they can... Oh, we've had... This is... Okay, let's not get into it. This is a discussion that we have so much. But it seems like because she's a squib, she was able to be, infiltrating Harry's area. So squibs aren't monitored. So that means that... Yeah, so squibs aren't monitored. But no, it's because of... Yeah, I'm forgetting that this area is being particularly monitored because of Harry. So other squibs probably aren't monitored to the same extent. So they could probably... I mean, they can go and tell people about the Wizarding World, but I guess people would just think they're mad, wouldn't they? Fudge questions if squibs can actually see Dementors or not, which is a very interesting question. I've got down here, well, they can. I'm not sure if that is the case, guys. It seems like Fig is actually lying in this part. So, which is a big risk for Dumbledore. It's a huge risk that Dumbledore's playing here if he's filled in Fig on what to say. So Fig says that she was out shopping for cat food. Very late, 9 PM, going out shopping. Well, I think some people would probably do it. Fig says, I guess that's when stuff might be reduced, in fact. Fig says she saw the Dementors running, and Bones immediately points out that Era says, well, no, they float and everything. And she says, oh yeah, that's what I meant. Which is an easy mistake to make, but again, you get the impression that Fig did actually see the Dementors. So, again, they are playing a very risky biscuit. Very risky. I mean, all they need to do is look up if squibs can see Dementors, because that must have come up at some point in history. Because they can see Hogwarts, but they can't see Dementors? Or maybe they can. Maybe she's just nervous. Yeah. Again, if she's making this up, going on what she's been told or seen a picture of, it's a huge risk. I've got down here, things didn't go black for her, which is interesting, because for Harry and for Dudley they obviously did. But she did feel the cold, and also the that all happiness was gone and stuff like that, which Bones says is a very good description of what Dementors do. She, in fact, Fig actually says that she remembered terrible things, which obviously we don't find out what they are, guys, but you presume that that they are, yeah, very dark things from her past and everything, which would, you know, be very sad to hear. I've got an idea. Do squibs go to Hogwarts? Presumably they don't. And so, where do they go? There must be is there a squib school? Because there must at least be the history of magic, right? And also, surely 2 squibs could have a wizard child. Okay, I know we've gone over this a lot, guys, but usually it's 2 muggles having a squib. I still am in the camp that 2 muggles can have a squib child. There's no excuse why 2 squibs can't have a wizard or a witch child, is there? Let's move on from this, because we go around in circles so much in these book reviews, guys. I'm sorry. But yeah, certain things they'd have to learn of the Wizarding World. They'd absolutely have to, guys. Rules and laws and everything, you know. I got to hear squibs. We will need wizard plumbers, but we've already gone over that. Fudge suggests that they were saying the Dementors were there by coincidence. So it's saying what would 2 Dementors be there and everything, and he says that not even Bagman would bet on that happening. Just 2 Dementors just turning up there and everything. Very, very nice little like throwback to Bagman there. I'm not sure how many more than we're gonna get, but that was, I did appreciate that little detail being thrown in there. And Dumbledore says that the Dementors weren't there by chance, and Umbridge, who hasn't spoken up to this point, it like shifts slightly. Everyone else is just like watching, but like, you know, Umbridge is like, And the thing is, I'm not even 100% sure what she's shifting about. Because, to be honest, guys, I don't know who sent the Dementors there. I really don't. Movie-wise, I absolutely didn't think it was Fudge at all, in the slightest. Now, I can kind of see it, you know, because there's a theory that he's used them before in the past to get rid of problems that he has. But yes, Umbridge does shift slightly. Again, at this point, she hasn't said a single word. And she's sitting back so Harry can't really see her, so it's a very cinematic, like, little moment. So yeah, I've got to know this would suggest that they're working for Voldemort, but it kind of also suggests that it could be the Ministry as well, which is where Dumbledore is able to absolutely trap Fudge here. I love the back and forth between Fudge and Dumbledore here, because Fudge is just increasingly getting more and more angry, and Dumbledore is actually getting more relaxed as he goes on, because he's like saying, "Well, I've clearly caught you now, because you just said that the two wild Dementors aren't just going to show up there." So it's either Voldemort or it's you. Which one is it? Take your pick, or let Harry off. Essentially, you know, even beyond that, not even beyond letting Harry off, he's trying to expose Fudge to the fact that he is in this trap of saying that only the Ministry have Dementors. There's two Dementors over there who aren't under the Ministry's control. What's up with that? You know. Which I think is covered a bit in the movie, but it's nowhere. The back and forth is so good in the book. It really, really is. Fudge says that Dumbledore's thoughts on the matter are bilge, which is a great word. Dumbledore points out someone at the Ministry must have ordered it, and this is when Umbridge finally, like, you know, sits forward and she starts to speak up and everything. She looks like a toad, which is not something which I was expecting. Very wide mouth and wide eyes. The description of her really reminds me of a Studio Ghibli character. You know, Spirited Away. I mean, she's a witch, isn't she? Yeah, no, she is a witch. The woman running the hotel. Kind of like that. Obviously, she's not that big a head and everything, but yeah. Spirited Away is great, guys. It's not my top Studio Ghibli. I do really like it, but The Cat Returns is so funny. That is my favourite. And I actually prefer Kiki's Delivery Service. There's something so freaking sweet about that, you know? Like, it's so nice. Like, everything's nice about it. I really appreciate it. But that's not taken away from Spirited Away. But Spirited Away is often the go-to when people talk about Studio Ghibli movies. For me, it's The Cat Returns and Kiki's Delivery Service. Boom. We are getting through these notes, guys. We're getting through it at a good rate. Get over to the book club soon. So yes, she looks like a toad. Comes that bit. Umbridge has a very high-pitched voice, whereas Harry's expecting a croak, which is amazing. The thing is, the actor obviously doesn't look like the description that the book has, but I don't care though, guys, because the thing is, I don't know, maybe the book character is going to be completely different. But I'll say this. Her portrayal of Umbridge, that version of Umbridge, is fantastic. That's safe, guys. So the book version could be very, very different. But I will always appreciate Imelda Staunton's portrayal. I hope that is her name. I'm pretty sure it is. As Umbridge. So Umbridge, like, laughingly suggests that Dumbledore is suggesting that the Ministry of Magic is plotting something, which I think is her attempt to try and make Dumbledore out to be an enemy and to try and be causing trouble amongst the Ministry. I feel like that's what she's really going for, but she does have a little, like, tittering laugh, which, like, some other people kind of join in with, but not very sincerely. So Dumbledore says, if it is true the Dementors are only taking order by the Ministry, and it is also true that two Dementors attacked Harry and his cousin, then it follows logically that someone at the Ministry may have ordered the attack. Now this line is so... I mean, the thing is, Harry is not Dumbledore's priority here. And maybe that's why he doesn't look to him at the end of the chapter or in the movie. But Dumbledore is not here to get Harry to stay at Hogwarts. He is there to expose the contradiction that Fudge is having. And so there's a great bit in the movie, which I've even used the gif of Dumbledore like going. Whereas book Dumbledore wouldn't do that. He's twisting the knife with his smile and his gentleness and his calm speak and everything. He is pushing that, whereas the gif of Dumbledore like going like that is like saying, well, there you go, that's that out of the way. Whereas this Dumbledore is clearly prodding the same thing over and over, saying there is a clear hypocrisy here, and either you're lying or you're in delusion, or both. And so it's so good. It's so good. I do still love the movie scene, guys, but again, the book's knocking it out of the park. Of course, these Dementors may have been outside of the Ministry's control. Fudge says how there are no Dementors outside of the Ministry's control. Just getting more and more angry, guys. Which I've got a reference that I'll make in a bit. I've got down here. So there's no wild Dementors, and it seems like there's no Dementors in other countries, if there are Dementors, then they are part of each country's ministry, right? But I don't think we've ever had it confirmed. Where the heck is Azkaban? Azkaban isn't on the British Isles, is it? It's in the North Sea. Oh, it is then. Wow. Okay, fair enough. I always assumed it was like far away. I don't know why, but I've always assumed it has been. Maybe it's the name Azkaban. It sounds almost like Middle Eastern, doesn't it? Fudge has control. So there's no wild ones. Wild Dementors sitting in a field somewhere, floating in a field. Dumbledore says that they will have to be a full inquiry if these Dementors are in control of the Ministry. Again, he isn't letting it slip. He isn't like saying, well, there we go, folks, it looks like this is all a contradiction. He is constantly turning that knife a little bit more. So, well, it's going to be a full inquiry then, Fudge, I guess. Like a proper politician, Dumbledore being here, which is very exciting. And Dumbledore finally brings up the exceptional circumstances, which is late into the hearing, guys. That should have been the first thing that was said, but it's right after Dumbledore enjoying the fact that he has absolutely blocked Fudge into a corner now, then says the thing which will let Harry off. But he made sure to get all the other stuff in first, which is so important. He is humiliated and essentially mocked Fudge here, and now that's done. Now he can explain the fact that the trial has to be thrown out. Which is brilliant. This is one of my favorite. Is this one of my favorite Dumbledore scenes? I think it is. I think it definitely is. I think it definitely is. I think he's great here. I love the way that he's just playing with Fudge. Like Max said in the description, Fudge is playing checkers where Fudge is playing chess. My mother was amazing at checkers, guys. And she would never let you win either. She'd always absolutely annihilate you. Oh yeah, so the exceptional circumstances, I need to delete this then. The exceptional circumstances includes defending a muggle, which I didn't think would be the case. I thought it would be life or death situation for yourself, for other wizards, but for muggles as well, it is actually included in there, which is very interesting, guys. I'm not surprised, but it you get the feeling that some people don't like that part of the rule, Although Fudge just says that law's changing and everything. Which he says in a bit, which again is something, I mean, my note for it is wow, because saying that in a courtroom is big. It is big. And that line is in the movie as well. Fudge still doubts that the Dementors were even there, but Dumbledore says that he has just heard the accounts of an eyewitness. And again, this is a hearing. He has to take eyewitness witnesses' accounts into account. Fudge says how it's how many cock and bull stories Harry has come up with over the years. It's an amazing term, guys. That was great hearing that come up in Harry Potter. Very British term. Fudge brings up Harry's previous. Harry does actually get the chance to say that it was a house elf that did it, and Fudge is like saying, a house elf in a Muggle household. This is ridiculous. Oh, that's right. So after Fudge mocks this and everything, Dumbledore says, "Well, that house elf is in employment at Hogwarts. I can call him here if you want." And it's just would have been amazing. Imagine that, Fig and then Dobby in the box. Although Dobby would end up saying something. I don't know. Maybe he wouldn't. It would have been amazing. Fudge and Dobby having an argument would have been spectacular, quite frankly. And also it would have been very bad for Dobby, let's face it. It probably would have done, because I don't even know if the Malfoys know where Dobby is. Fudge brings up how Harry blew up his aunt, which I'd actually completely forgot about, guys, incredibly. Whilst doing this, Fudge slams the desk and his ink bottle bobbles and stuff. Dumbledore says he? Oh yes, so Dumbledore says that at that time Fudge didn't press charges because he knew that even the best of wizards can't always control their emotions. Now I'm not sure if that is something that Fudge has said before. I think it may have been. It would have been in the Leaky Cauldron, wouldn't it? But yeah, again, he's just using Fudge's words against him. It's just masterfully done. It's so 12 Angry Men, which we've definitely talked about before, guys. But the difference between Juror 8 and Juror 3. Because they're the ones who are back and forth at each other the most. Although everyone, all 12 characters in it are absolutely brilliant. And they all have their... It's such a good movie, guys. I've definitely mentioned it before. If you're going to watch it, if you haven't watched it before, you need to watch the version from... I need to get this year right because there was an earlier version made the previous year which isn't quite as good. But the 1956 version starring Henry Fonda. That is the version you want to watch, guys. It is... even if you don't like old movies, guys, watch it. You'll be... 15 minutes into it, you'll be fully invested. It is so well made. It's such a well-made movie. But yeah, this is Juror 8 in 12 letting Juror 3 say all the wrong things, giving him enough oxygen, And so it's very, very 12 Angry Men. I can't recommend that movie enough, guys. It's so good. And there was an 80s remake, which I've got just no interest in watching. I watched a bit of it. It just isn't where near as good in my opinion. But yeah, anyway. Ministry of Magic has no power to punish students' behaviour at Hogwarts, which does still blow my mind a little bit. Ministry of Magic can't take someone's wand until charges have been proven. Now that surprises me. That can't be across the board, can it? That can't be the killing curse. Someone's used the killing curse. It's okay, we'll let you keep your wand until we've proved it, right? Yeah, that feels like a bad idea to me. So yeah, I feel like there might be some mitigating circumstances. But Dumbledore reminded Fudge of this when the Dementors attacked. That's right. So the day it happened, or the night it happened, Dumbledore had said to Fudge that day or the next day. So obviously not when Harry was around. That is the case and everything. Despite the fact that Fudge was trying to break the rules regarding that. And Fudge says laws can change, which saying it at that point is showing such a bias. I know that in the movie he does say laws can change, but I'm pretty sure it isn't at that point. I'm certain it isn't at that point. But that is such an exposure of I am corrupt. Essentially, that's basically how it really is. Dumbledore says you seem to be making more changes, bringing up how a full trial is now appropriate hearing for a student. And at this point, Dumbledore then basically says, "Well, of course we're now ready for the answer for the result of this trial." It's Dumbledore who does it. Dumbledore is like saying, "Okay, folks, let's get the vote." Dumbledore, who was not one of the judges. I really like this scene for Dumbledore. I really do. And again, I do hope that Harry gives him an earful, but it's just not going to happen now, is it? I don't know what he gave so good to Ron and Hermione, but that's who Ron and Hermione are. That's why they're awesome. But yeah, Dumbledore then asks for the decision, and Harry is like, thinking to himself, should Dumbledore really be doing that? Because that's probably going to reflect even worse on Harry. But I really get the impression from this that Dumbledore is there to expose Fudge and also to help Harry. But that is a major second. Again, in the same way that I was saying how Dumbledore was like trying to get the information out of Harry, he was like saying it's important that you get it out now, and so it won't be any long-term trauma or anything. And I said at the time, at the end of the last book, Dumbledore's priority is getting the information. It is not making sure that Harry is okay. And that is absolutely what I get here as well. Am I wrong? I know that some people said that I was wrong. I know that some people thought I was wrong. But I feel like here, the fact that Dumbledore could have just said, well, the rule says that he could have done that, he was allowed to do it. But he didn't. He allowed Fudge to string himself out that long for the contradiction of Dementors all being under control. But there were Dementors, though, So good, so good. Fudge and Dumbledore staring at each other during this bit is so good. This bit has an excellent description of the dread that Harry is feeling. How he's just staring at the ground and he wants to look up to see what's going on, even with the vote and everything, but he just feels more comfortable looking at his laces and everything. Such good description of Harry's stress here. Such good description. It is a vote, hands up and everything. I didn't actually remember that, but that is in the movie as well. Harry notices that more than half of their hands are saying innocent. He desperately tries to count how many there are before they go back down and everything. So he obviously can't believe his luck and everything. Fudge, Umbridge, Moustached Wizard and Frizzy Witch. And a couple of others vote against. I'm wondering if any of those are... Scrimjaw, was it that we were talking about in the last chapter? Maybe, I'm not sure. I presume that a character will come up again, though, whoever they Lupin and Tonks were talking about. By the way, guys, I won't bring it up every single time, but Tonks' accent and the Steam Fly version is very distracting. Anyway, let's continue. In my opinion. Percy presumably not getting a vote, which makes sense. Imagine it was Percy who had the swaying vote. That'd be incredible. And yes, he's cleared of all charges. Who is it that says cleared of all charges? I think it's Fudge, isn't it? It says cleared of all charges, angrily. And then Dumbledore's like, excellent. And leaves without looking at Harry. Oh, really good. You know what, guys? I thoroughly enjoyed both of these chapters. Doing the notes of the hearing made me really appreciate, right now, reading out my notes from the hearing, made me realise I really liked it. I really did. It was so good. And I feel like it was top tier Dumbledore. I really do. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, guys. But either way, well, let's go and read your thoughts in the comments, because it's time for the Bull and Book Club, isn't it? And for anyone who commented a couple of hours ago, Sir Cadogan, not Sir Doggan. guys, here's the book club. This is where you can leave your thoughts and opinions and questions for these chapters, guys. They're always a lot of fun. It's the best part of doing these videos. I'm not a big fan of this shirt. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, guys. But either way, I am a big fan of the book clubs. And so we're going to be going through your comments now. I haven't poured a drink yet. Oh, no, I ain't got any. Okay, I need to go get a drink, balls. But yes, this is where we read through your comments. Lovely list of comments today. I'll say this, guys, slightly quieter than usual. I don't know if because... I mean, they're great chapters, guys. Maybe it's because there is a lot of description in Chapter 7. But Chapter 8, like I say, I enjoyed listening to it at the time. But reviewing it, I have now realised I really liked it. The hearing is great, guys. It must be something about this room. Not this room, but the courtroom. I'm not saying it's one of my favourite chapters ever, but I do think it's one of my actual favourite Dumbledore scenes. I really do. Okay, here we go. That is the bottom, isn't it? Make sure. Yep, it is. We're starting off with Joe today, but I will go and get a drink in a moment if that's okay, Joe. But yes, guys. Really liked the hearing. Like I say, it's fairly quiet. It's not the quietest or anything, but it's fairly quiet compared to previous ones. I don't know why that is. But either way, it's always great to see your comments, guys. So we will start off with Joe as soon as I just go get a drink quickly. I'm so professional. I found some egg-flavoured crisps, guys, which are vegan. There's two brands. There's one called Torres, I think it's called, which I think you have to import, and they're like £4 for a small bag before shipping and stuff like that, you know. So I'm not going to try those. But I was at a garden centre with the noodle a couple of days ago and found slabs. And I think all of slabs are vegan, but they do a fried egg flavour, and it genuinely, as I remember fried eggs tasting, tastes like fried eggs, which is great. The only downside is that they're slabs, and when I eat them, I genuinely worry that my teeth are going to shatter, because they are quite hard, you know, they really are, for crisps, you know. Hence why they're called slabs. What's that? Okay, doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter what it is. Right, so, Joe. Kicking off with Joe, I ain't got a wand. It's fine. I'll get a wand in a bit. I'll hold Gilderoy Lockhart's pen. Joe kicks us off. She does, doesn't she? Since I messed up a couple of months ago, I'm always really paranoid. Okay, it is. Joe kicks us off. Hello, Veggie. Thank you for an awesome previous video. Thank you for an awesome previous video. I don't know what I mean by that, Joe, but either way. Chapter 7. Having a painting with a sentient something in it that can laugh in the bedroom is a wild idea to me. Bedroom or bathroom, it's not it's a no from me. That raises so many questions. So I wonder if the portrait has gotten a creature to put the what was it, unremovable charm on that as well, because if you're going to have kids sleeping in that room and there's a painting which, even if it's... okay, let's put it like this. Why would you have a painting in your bedroom? Quite frankly, you know? Especially if you're an adult and you get blooming jiggy with it. You don't want that thing laughing at you, do you? Or maybe you do. But yeah, in the bathroom as well. Exactly, Joe. Exactly, Joe. Yeah, you're making the same point as I am. But a lot more intelligently. I love the scenes in the ministry, but because I love it when they visit different parts of the Wizarding world, and this is a very this is a unique area. So yeah, which part of the ministry building did you like best? I liked. Which part did I like best? I really loved the description of the corridor. And like I say, I don't think there is a peacock blue ceiling. I don't think we see the ceiling. We probably... No, we must do, because we see the phone box going back up again. But I loved the walkway, I guess you'd say, towards the fountain and everything. That actually sounded amazing, quite frankly. And the golden lift shutters and everything like that. It's really... It's I think they did a very good job in the movie. I really do. You know what? They made it feel more like London than I think the book description did. And quite frankly, I feel like that was a good decision. I think the movie did a good job on both of these chapters, guys. My problem is that up until what was the big chapter in the last book? The one in the hospital, wait, that's what I always say. With the doors doing that. Up until that point, I had no idea that Fudge was actually actively against Dumbledore. I never got that from the movie. And sure, he's seen speaking with Lucius, but even that didn't make me think, you know, what we have now in Fudge, which is a proper antagonist. Sure, he's an antagonist in the movie as well, but much more so in the book. Chapter 8. The way I see it, they could ask for a defendant's consent to such an option. Give him Vegetarium to ask what happened, or if they want even more proof, give him Veritasium. I could sit here trying to pronounce it right, or I could keep this video under 6 hours. You know, that is a hard word for me. And ask him if he meddled with his own memory of the events. If he says no, then pull the situation out of his mind and see the memories and confirm what happened. I get it. I completely get it, Joe. It feels bad. You know, I completely get what you mean, especially when it could be like the voluntary aspect of it from the defendant. But tinkering with people's psyche and, you know, taking memories out and using things where there's no free will. This is going to sound insane, Joe, but even though if they do consent to it, they're still giving away free will. And I feel like that is not great in a court hearing, you know. I don't know why I feel that. It feels wrong, but I can't justify it. And so I think you're right. I mean, I can't explain to you what it is that I don't like this shirt. What this I can't explain to you what it is that I don't like about your suggestion there. So quite frankly, your suggestion's really good, but because I can't verbalize why it feels off to me. I think Dumbledore had a tip from someone that the hearing time would be changed, or he had foreseen that there would be something like that. Probably a tip. Could have been Umbridge. Could have been Bones. No, because Bones seems like a genuine good egg, and I don't want Bones to be working under Dumbledore, because that would take away from her character. I think she seems like a genuine person, like as in not like a real character. I mean like a genuine person, as you'd say someone in real life is genuine, and so I wouldn't like that. But it must have been someone in that hearing. Person. So sure, guys, we put over Snape for, you know, his sacrifice and keeping under wraps and, you know, working the other side and everything like that and everything. But I think it's now time to give even more props to the real hero, the most brave person that Harry ever met, in Percy Ignatius Weasley. It has to be someone in that courtroom, guys. It had to be someone in that courtroom that gave the information to Dumbledore. I'm looking forward to the scene, because it's now confirmed now. I'm looking forward to the scene when Arthur and... he said Willow then. Arthur and Molly, Bill, Charlie, Grunt, Ron, Ginny, Ron, Harry, who else has talked bad about him? I'm looking forward to the scene in the books where they all are massively grovelingly apologising to him. I'm looking forward to that, guys, because it had to be someone in that courtroom that Dumbledore know. And I think we all know who it is now, don't we? Dumbledore is like the lawyer and the witness at the same time. A witness at the time. If he wasn't there, then what? Is Harry, a child with no knowledge of the law, supposed to argue? Or is he supposed to put his whole faith in the judges? Well, that's the thing. Because when Arthur like says, "No, sorry, I can't come in with you," that was a big moment for me when listening to the books. In the movie, is like Harry's just fully expecting it, and let's face it, Harry in the movie is a lot more capable and able to adjust to any to a situation, to his surroundings, I should say. And so, yeah, it feels so wrong, especially it being in a court with like, you know, and the plan obviously was for Dumbledore not to know that it was going on, and so, but lucky Percy's playing the long game. So yeah, it feels really wrong. I don't know what you mean by a witness though. He's definitely the lawyer. But yeah, the only actual witness we have is Fig, isn't it? It's a very strange justice system. Oh my goodness, yes, absolutely. Come to think of it, is Dumbledore really a witness? He wasn't even there. No, he's not. He really isn't. He's literally just speaking up for him. And I think that Dumbledore again is kind of almost trying to provoke Fudge into doing something unprofessional. Like if Fudge says, "Well, no, you can't speak for him." Like there's a room full of people in a courtroom, in this room which they haven't used for maybe 13 years, chastising a child for doing something which is actually legal, and some loose people in the courtroom are going to be saying, "This might not be completely fair," you know. And so I feel like that's another chance, another way that Dumbledore is almost goading Fudge into saying, "No, you can't say anything," and of course Fudge can't do anything about it. Joe, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Okay. Hi, Veggie. I think this chapter shows why I'm of the opinion that the Wizarding World government law system is haphazard and poorly organised. I completely agree with you there. Especially now, though. Because it would have taken place in Bones' office, wouldn't it? Which presumably would have just been a random office, not this incredibly draconian situation instead. I love that word. You sometimes said how there must be laws and exemptions in laws to accommodate various situations, especially with regard to Muggle-borns. And while logically that should be the case, I'm not so sure. My guess would be that court outcomes are often based on vibes and people's voting according to common sense rather than the letter of the law. That's actually true. The fact that it's the entire room that's voting is odd. You know? Especially if Harry Potter, you'd think that some of the people in that room would have conflict of interest. Which is a huge no-no, you know. If you're put on a jury, if you're put on jury duty, which unfortunately I was a few years ago. Thank God it only lasted a couple of days, guys. It set off a long list of mental issues that I had over the last 3 years, which I actually feel like I'm largely past now, which is nice. But yeah, that was horrific. Because in the UK, I don't know what it's like in the other countries, guys, but you have to do it. Now, if they try to get me to do it again, I'll absolutely say, no, I'm sorry, I'm autistic. And that was, yeah. There's no way that I can do it. It completely destroyed my brain. It really did. So it's a very, very stressful thing. But the whole thing is, you know, if you go into the court and you recognise the guy in the stand, you have to say, "Oh, by the way, I know that guy," and then you're off. Because obviously you can't pass judgment fairly. Anyway, Yeah, I can't do jury duty, guys. I can't. It was horrific, and unfortunately, it was a very serious case as well. Which, you know, I feel absolutely horrific for the person the victim. But yeah, it wasn't that it only took a couple of days. It's the fact that there was a reason why the jury had to be let go and have another jury come back in. I think because like I think a big change in the case had happened. Anyway, let's move on. Sorry about that, guys. That just when I thought about jury duty, it really just like it does something to my brain. It was not a fun time. I'm sure in anyway, I'm sure in this more positive era they wouldn't usually prosecute Muggle-borns for using magic in front of their immediate family. This is there's gotta be a 2-level thing for that. Like doing it in front of someone who knows nothing about magic, and then again Hermione doing magic in front of her parents. That isn't as bad as I completely agree. But they don't seem to think it's important enough to write that into the law either. I don't think the people with powers to change laws spend much time thinking about Muggle-borns or squibs. Well, literally, Fudge doesn't know if they can even implement Dementors, for that matter, which is insane. It's just completely insane. I mean, quite frankly, Fudge could have said, "Okay, we're gonna contact another squib. Let's get Filch on the line or something, and confirm if they can or can't see Dementors." And then that would have been Harry, Dumbledore, and Fig, who'd be in contempt of court, completely up a creek without an instrument. I don't think people with so for your previous speculations about whether there are ways for Muggle family members to visit Hogwarts and St. Mungo's, based on what we see here, I would say that it's technically illegal. Oh, you make a fascinating point then, Kay. But then it can't be, though. It just can't be. I think that the law must be, maybe it's not written, but it's meant to be suggesting that you're not meant to do... No, it can't be. The thing is, Ron's not allowed to do magic at the... Is he? Ron's not allowed to do magic at home, is he? At the Burrow. I'm all sorts of confused, guys. Anyway, let's move on. You're bringing up St. Mungo's is very, very interesting, guys. Because, if you have a child at St. Mungo's who has a magical injury, so has to go to a magical hospital, you gotta let the parents in, guys. You got to. But no one would make a fuss about a kind teacher or healer making an exception unless there was some political reason to do so. It might be that the laws are traditionally very, very lax in the wizarding world, and because of the tensions that are arising now, they're being taken advantage of by sadistic people, maybe. Because no one's going to begrudge a Muggle going to St. Mungo's, surely. The father or mother of a witch or wizard. Anyway, Kate, thank you so much for your great comments. Me here. Oh, what was that? Shut up. Sorry. Me here. Tonks talks about a guy called... Oh, wow. Scrimgeour. Is that who it's... Okay, because I'm on the audiobook, so I wrote it very differently. Who's been asking her and Kingsley some questions. He is a character who has several speaking lines in the movies, but is never mentioned by name. Keep that in mind. No, he doesn't say anything. I remember when Fudge tries to arrest Dumbledore, there's some crazy looking, what do they call him? Gumshoe detective looking dude. But he doesn't speak, though. I don't think he speaks. I'm looking forward to finding out. That's fascinating me here. 2. The Ministry Fountain has a group of golden statues. A centaur, goblin, house elf are looking all up adoringly all up at the witch and the wizard statues. You can understand why most human wizards feel they are superior when the ministry itself advocates that behalf. It's no wonder house elves are not treated well. Yeah, I mean, this is a... I mean, I know there's a lot of people entering the building at this point, guys. But you have to remember, Harry used the visitor's entrance. And so it is somewhere where limited amount of people are actually going to be going on a regular basis. But, you know, there probably are examples of real statues and paintings and everything which are basically putting over the same thing. I mean, you look at religion, guys, for example. Like religious painting, I should say. And so, yeah, that's very interesting. I don't really know what the general consensus of centaurs is. In the wizarding world, I should say. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we'll find out. I thought the design of the ministry was expertly done in the movies. It looks incredible. It does look incredible. It has such character. It really does. It was actually one of my favourite bits of going around the tour, actually. Was entering what was essentially a kind of street of it, you know? It was actually really quite amazing. The colours they used for it are gorgeous. 4. In your admirable haste to ensure that the law is upheld, you appear inadvertently, I am sure, to have overlooked a few laws yourself. Dumbledore owns Fudge. His polite, calm, logical fashion is so satisfying. But why is he avoiding Harry? I don't know why he's avoiding Harry. Like I say, I don't know. It's tough. I don't know why he's avoiding... Maybe... I don't know why he's avoiding Harry. It might be that he just can't answer anything that Harry would want to ask at this point. But my head is that he was there to destroy Fudge and, you know, down the to-do list and also help Harry out. That's how I read it, guys. And I know that some people have pushed back on that when I've said that about the hospital weighing scene. But that's my interpretation. That's what I got from it just before the hospital scene, I should say. The first scene of the lovely Dolores Umbridge, who is described as toad-like in the book. The actress Imelda Staunton, excellent, I did get it right, is very pretty, which works better in my opinion. You know what it is, me here? I completely agree, she's definitely very, very pretty. But the way that she holds herself in the scenes, there is something extremely uncanny about it. And that's down to costume, lighting. It's when Effie first showed up in the Hunger Games movie. And I was like, what the heck is this? It's like something that clearly doesn't fit into the world that I've been shown already. It's not as blatant as Effie. Effie is such a great character, guys. Oh, God, Her reading of the names in the second movie, guys, is possibly my favourite moment in the Hunger Games movies. It's so well acted. It's so freaking well acted. Anyway, let's move on. Oh God, guys, it breaks my heart. But she's such a good actor where she can very subtly make it feel like something is off. And she's so good at it. And also she's freaking hilarious in the movie, guys, when she's basically mocking Snape. And I say, but you didn't get the job? And he's like, obviously. Oh, man. That was such a great moment for the movie. I doubt that's going to be in the book, but we shall see. We shall see. I think it's more interesting. She looks good, but is unpleasant otherwise, rather than being both ugly and awful. So props to the movie makers. I 100% agree with you, because we've talked about it a lot. Actually, not for a long time. But whenever we would hear about specifically female Slytherins, let's face it, guys, it is the females that are always, portrayed as being hideous, you know, unfortunately. Anyway. I'm not saying that Crabbe or Goyle are exactly prizes, but, you know, like, it's... With Crabbe and Goyle, it's their size and their intelligence that's their personality. The female Slytherins, it tends to be their looks, which is their personality. You know, is that fair? Anyway, so it's cool to have a character who I mean, the thing is, when it said the toad-like face, she hadn't actually spoken at that point, I'm pretty sure. So when you're reading the books, because of everything that we've learnt up into the books so far, which is everyone that's attractive is lovely apart from Gilderoy Lockhart, and everyone who isn't is definitely a villain, did you think, okay, villain, like straight away when it said toad-like face? I'm probably being unfair about that, guys. Like I say, it's been a while since we've discussed that, which is good, because I feel like we used to discuss it a lot. I still get comments on my Azkaban videos, guys, and I'm so sorry for... I dropped the ball. I dropped the golden stitch, as it were, during the Azkaban reviews, but quite frankly, I was really not in a good place at the time. So even now, I'm getting comments like saying how this video is... Yeah, it's my own fault. It's my own fault. Anyway, great comments. I appreciate me here. Good stuff. Diego. Honestly, I love Mrs. Fig, but she's a terrible witness. Absolutely. Yeah, she's got to be lying, right? Which again, from the movie, I really didn't get the impression that she was. To be honest, I always think that she makes Harry look more guilty because it's a painful. Pretty obvious to me that she couldn't see the Dementors but only felt their effects. Yeah. I mean, I feel like Dumbledore's spoken to Fig and told her what to say. So what Dumbledore could have just said is say that you didn't see anything but you felt it. Which is true. Because all it needs is someone in that courtroom to be related to a squib, or have met a squib and talked to them about certain things or anything. Or have any knowledge of squibs to say, well, actually, no, that's not true. Squibs can't see it. And then that's it. And so, yeah, it was a risky for a biscuit. And so what I see from the perspective of a witch or wizard in the Wizardgamot. It's actually the first time we've used that word today. Thank you so much, Diego. I'm just ridiculous how many ways I say your name. I apologise. In Dumbledore bringing in a witness who lies, or at least seems to lie, in my face within a few seconds of my questioning, which does to me look quite suspicious, and as if Dumbledore is up to no good. Yeah, and quite frankly, she would be in contempt of court. Dumbledore would be in contempt of court of clearly feeding the witness information that she would not know, and it would absolutely have a very bad effect on Harry as well. So this is going to be the end of the book series, guys, quite frankly. So I'm curious to see what your thoughts about her performance as a witness. I mean, I really like Fig. I think she's great, but and we definitely see a different side of it. She's certainly calmed down a bit now, isn't she? But yeah, her performance, it could have thrown out the entire thing. So yeah, that's where I'm as well. On another note, Arthur and Kingsley acting as if they don't know each other too well is always hilarious to me. Oh, it's pretty smart though as well, isn't it? I appreciate that. I like that. Diego, thank you so much for your comment. Rekka. Or is it Rika, maybe? I'm not sure. Hi, Veggie. I think that the movie did a good job portraying these two chapters, but there are a few small interesting details that I'd like to point out. Excellent. I'm going to say right now, guys, I'm wondering if anyone is going to agree with me with Fudge, because quite frankly, it's very possible that I just completely missed out on the fact that Fudge is actually against Harry at this point in the movies. I absolutely didn't pick up on that at all, I promise you. I don't know why I'd lie, but I promise you that I did not pick up on that at all. Okay, let's see what you got. Oh, pardon me, Ricker. Description of the statue in the ministry says the goblin, elf, and centaur were looking up at the wizard and witch adorably. What is your opinion of that? I'd like to know who the artist was who made it. I would actually, because that actually changes a lot. I think we can establish it is not a goblin from the history that they've had. Centaurs wouldn't be making statues, I don't think. A wizard and witch are the most likely, but I will give the artist this way out. If it's a house elf, then it's kind of understandable why they would do it like that. Now, I'm not saying it was a house elf that made it, guys, but there's a chance it was. Presumably, there's house elves working at the Ministry of Magic. There have to be. Obviously, we'll never see them, but there have to be. Just for, like there has to be food available in there, right? Or maybe not. Maybe we'll go down to Greg's. Actually, I think the Greg's are quite sparse in London. I think that's true. I think Pretz are like insanely common in London, which I never really got, to be honest. I don't know. But yeah, I'll say this: if it was made by a house elf, I can completely imagine them thinking, "Yeah, goblins, goblins, centaurs. We all love the humans." Yeah, I can imagine that, and so I'm gonna give it that much of a pass. But if it is a witch or wizard, it's clearly we are better than them, and they are lucky to be in our world, which is literally what it's saying if it was made by a wizard or witch. But it may not have been. Maybe a house elf, guys. I love the magical windows underground. We had 2 months of hurricanes last time. The magical maintenance were angling for a pay rise is amazing. It is. It's very, very cool, and it's actually showing a really like another real other side of. Like I say, guys, it's unions. I'm pretty sure that's never really come up before. I don't know if it is unions per se, but it's that sort of discussion, you know. Then the cool tone during the conversation between Kingsley and Arthur about Sirius, and Arthur saying, "If you get away before 7 while he's making meatballs." Yeah, absolutely. Making meatballs. Yeah. I think it's Let's not get into too much, but cooking in the Wizarding world is very interesting. Because there are renowned chefs in the Wizarding world, definitely, because we've heard about their books before. But it's all quite easy, isn't it, for wizards and witches? Harry being questioned in the same room as Death Eaters, and the room he saw in the Pensive is insane. Yeah, are genuine chills when that was revealed. What is your opinion of Percy being described and how he's acting? What you use the right word, Rika. It is acting because he is Dumbledore's mole. You know what? It's going to be really cool because obviously I'm not sure if the scene where Harry sends his son off to Hogwarts is actually going to be in there, but it's going to be really cool that the son is going to be called Percy. It's going to be nice. It's going to be very different from the movie. I didn't mind the fact that it was named after Severus. I thought that was actually a really nice touch. But now I think about it, it makes more sense that the child is named Percy after the sacrifice that he's given. Rika, I should really say, because I know that some people, before watching the entire videos, go and listen to what I say during their comments. Rika, if you do that, I'm afraid you're going to have to start the book club again. Like, as in from the start of the book club, because a revelation has come to me regarding Percy. Anyway, but yeah, quite a few of you do that. Like I'll post a video, like 6-hour-long video, and then within 5 minutes, people are replying to what I've said of their comment in the book club and everything. There's nothing wrong with that, guys. You watch it whatever order you want, but I think it's quite interesting that there are several people who do that. It's great. The best thing about doing YouTube, guys, by an absolute square mile, is the comments. Absolutely. So if you ever want to comment on a video, guys, I will read it, and I always really appreciate it. I really do. Even the negative comments, guys, I really do. Right, so I found Dumbledore magicking up armchairs, Fudge being completely flustered by his appearance, and Madame Bones being super impressed by Harry's ability to produce and corporeal Patronus amusing. Hope you and Weasel are doing well. We are. Rika, thank you so much for your wonderful comment. And yeah, I really appreciate that chapter now. I really do. Benjamin! Hey, Veggie. Oh, balls. I just remembered. We have a... Okay. Oh, I do remember that someone has sent me a DM for the book club. At least one person has. So what I'll do is I'll get to those in a bit. Hey, Veggie. After a long absence, I'm now back. Nice to see you back, Benjamin. I hope everything's going okay. There is one serious issue I have with Fudge here. I've got a few. Even if I grant him that he really thinks he is on the right side, he's still using dirty tricks like changing the time and location of the trial on the day it was supposed to be supposed to happen. Absolutely, it was clearly meant to be a trick. Which, again, I didn't really pick up on in the movie version. You could say what Dumbledore does with Fig is also a dirty hat tactic, because quite frankly, it definitely feels like she's lying. But, you know, maybe she isn't. He clearly intends for Harry and or Dumbledore to miss it. Why did no one question this decision? I guess it's because he's the king of the castle. He's a minister, isn't he? And so, I think... You know what? I think if Dumbledore hadn't shown up, and the fact that Harry was late was really brought up a lot by Fudge, I feel like Bones would have actually said, well, hang on, this was a last-minute thing. And you know what? When Dumbledore says, since when have adolescent hearings been done in the courtroom, I feel like someone else may have brought that up as well. And so it may not have gone Fudge's way anyway, quite frankly, because Laura was not on his side. Thank you so much for your comments, Benjamin. Yes. The existence of St. Mungo's Hospital shows that even witches and wizards need to go to hospital like muggles sometimes. They can't or aren't able to fix themselves with magic in some situations. Yeah, I'd be interested to know what situations those are. Because there's certainly illnesses in the wizarding world that can't be... cured, aren't there? Yeah, I'd like to know what sort of person is at Mungo's. I don't know, I doubt we'll ever go there, we shall see. It's interesting that wizards don't really seem to know or care about what squibs can and can't do. Yeah, I almost think it's unbelievable that no one in there would know. It's kind of left open whether Mrs. Fig is lying or not lying or not about seeing Dementors. Yeah, I'm leaning on the side not, but that she was lying. Sorry, but that's where I am, aren't I? What do you make of Dumbledore's attitude towards Harry? His movie version is still a bit too angry in my opinion, but at least they portray him ignoring Harry correctly, which is something I guess I don't mind. I really don't. The thing is, you know what it is? We didn't get that wonderful scene in the movie last book, so they're trying to blend that into this one. You could say that Dumbledore was more angry in the hospital wing scene, talking to Fudge. I know he wasn't that angry, but he's more angry because in the book here, he's just being smug because he knows he has all the cards. Whereas in the movie, he actually does. He says, "Fudge, there is unbelievable proof that this guy is back," and he says, "He is not back," or something like that, you know. And so that was clearly them trying to like mix in parts of the hospital wing scene, which wasn't in the movie. And so I really don't mind it. But then again, I might be biased towards Michael Gambon, you know, because I almost feel a little bit defensive for him, you know, because he is such a great actor, guys, you know. And it's not all going to be his decisions as well. Either way, Alice, great comment. Yes, and absolutely, he ignores Harry. And Harry's like smiling at Dumbledore during the court, which is kind of surprising, but it makes sense. It makes sense. Jake, Samai, Woozle, and the other guy, fantastic. Chapter 7. He tried to eat, but it was like chewing carpet. Is this nerves or a damn indictment of the quality of Mrs. Weasley's toast? I think it's nerves, quite frankly. Because I think that Mrs. Weasley's food is generally considered to be of a high standard, I believe. Or maybe carpets are really tasty in the Wizarding World. If you have a phone, an old phone to hand, take a look at the numbers Mr. Weasley types to access the ministry on a classic keypad. Am I being stupid? On a classic keypad. Oh. It's not the Deathly Hallows, surely. Because why would there be a second 4? Yeah. Maybe that's what it is. I'm not sure if this was the comment I was thinking of, so it might be brought up again, to be honest. But Jake, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Chapter 8. Oh my goodness. Chapter 8. I enjoy how Umbridge's introduction has obscured in shadow, sign of something to come. Maybe. I mean, I guess it could be symbolic. I was reading an old book, the unofficial guide to mysteries of Harry Potter. Oh, wow. Released this book, and it correctly predicted that Mrs. Fig was hiding something. What? Well, good for them. I bet they got a blooming bonus that month. That's excellent. The previous clues were her name, a fig leaf, is often used to conceal in art. Well, quite. Mostly genitalia. Okay, you just say it, fair enough. I think. Though, as far as I can tell, she's not a nudist. Well, we know she wears slippers. She could have been Starkers in the courtroom. Just apart from her fate. Imagine Ron's slippers. Ignore me! Right. 2. Both her house and the apothecary in Diagon Alley are described in book 1 as smelling of cabbage. Oh wow, that's a great detail. Although they assumed it was brewing potions, which probably wasn't accurate for a script. Now that's actually a fair point. But squibs would absolutely be allowed to go to Diagon Alley and buy stuff. So it could be a ready-made potion that you put on something else. Because if I'm a wizard and I give a muggle a potion, which is to get rid of... It's meant to clean a carpet, let's say. A really delicious carpet. And the muggle pours it onto the carpet... That's still going to work, right? And so I feel like that's... So it could be that she's been to Diagon Alley recently. However, it goes on prediction that Lupin is actually James Potter in disguise. So I'm not sure how valid all the theories were. Well, if it was, and that's tragic. What happened to Deathly Hallows then? Jeez. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Hope you and Veggie have a lovely month. I hope you do as well, Jake. Thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. We will go over and do the ones in the DMs soon. Where is it? Oh, of course, it's in community now, isn't it? Yeah. We will do that. I know there's at least one. I feel like there might be a couple this time. But before we do that, we'll do Catty. Hi, Veggie. Harry waking up and being too worried to eat and hold a conversation is very relatable. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, on a stressful day, I would not be eating. Absolutely not. I mean, I used to never have breakfast at all anyway. I now make sure I have peanut butter on toast and a glass of orange juice every single day after getting back with woos from her first WALK. But yeah, on a stressful day I wouldn't. I'm excited to hear about how much you enjoy this dive into the Wizarding government and what these 2 chapters reveal, especially their introduction to the evilest villain in the Harry Potter universe, in my biased opinion. Well, I'm guessing you're talking about Umbridge. Unless you're talking about Bones, maybe. No, well, Bob. You're not alone saying that, Katie. I know that she's definitely a lot of people's most hated character. And in a sadistic way, I'm actually really looking forward to finding out how. I really am. Do you feel like Dumbledore is avoiding Harry, or is he just busy and trying to avoid looking impartial? Well, impartial. I don't know. I honestly don't know what to make of that. But I really do feel like he was there, number one, to humiliate Fudge. But I'm hoping it'll pay off. We will see what happens with Dumbledore and Harry. Also, where can I get Mrs. Weasley to make me breakfast? I've never had kippers or eggs, but they used... Oh, kippers and eggs. But they used to be a local restaurant that served salted herring and eggs and hash. Wow. Not very vegan, but it's really was a lovely way to start Sundays. You know, I'm not sure if I ever had kippers. Maybe I did. I remember for when I was pescatarian, off a weekend, I would go to Waitrose. Very posh. And I would get, like, it's like a vacuum-packed bit of fish. I can't think what it was. It was very flavoursome, though. It was yellow as well, but that was because of the flavouring, though. So that could have been kippers, maybe, I'm not sure. And then get, like, a nice bread roll and some butter and have that as a snack, which was lovely. I can't think what type of fish that was. I wasn't ever the biggest fish eater. I did like salmon steaks. I never really liked salmon, smoked salmon. But salmon steaks, salmon steaks, I did enjoy. Things like prawns and everything, I absolutely adored and everything. Scampi, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I'm not sure if I ever had kippers. And also, is that kedgeree when it's egg and fish, or is it meat and fish which is kedgeree? Or am I making it up completely? Kedgeree is a dish consisting of cooked flaked fish. Where's my mouse? There it is. Flaked fish, boiled rice, parsley, hard-boiled eggs, curry powder. Yeah, okay. I think I was right there. I think that what you described there as kedgeree, but I'm not sure, Catty. But it does sound like a good start to a Sunday, though. Absolutely, Catty. Thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Sandra. Hi, Veggie. Fudge is despicable, a despicable person and politician. The contrast between him and Amelia Bones is so stark. It really is. I really like Bones, to be honest. I like more of her, to be honest. JK, I should have chose Fudge's middle name as a political disguise for Oswald Mosley? Really? Is his middle name Oswald? It is Oswald. I mean, I'd say that Oswald Mosley was worse than Fudge. That's so interesting, Sandra. I'm not sure if that's ever come up before. There's an awesome mural in London, guys, of a street where what were they called? Was it the Black Shirts or something like that? Well, Oswald Mosley's far right party were going to march down in an area which had a lot of integration and everything, and the mural is of the locals just absolutely destroying them, like, you know, like completely stopping the march from happening. I can't remember what they were called. Mosley's going. But yeah, I'm sure what Fudge is doing is bad, but I don't feel like it's as bad. That's very interesting, Sandra. You know what? It's been a long time since I've learned about Oswald Mosley. Married into the Guinness family. But yeah, I don't think Fudge is that bad, is he? Or maybe he is. Maybe I'm misremembering what I remember of Mosley, but Mosley was pretty bad, as I remember. Anyway, Sandra, great comment. Greatly appreciated. It's certainly very thought-provoking. Stephen. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. Chapter 7. Lots of great info here. I have to say, I don't like how the Ministry looks in the movies. Interesting. It feels like it feels like an unused tube station. Very Orwellian and 1984 inspired. Oh, interesting. I haven't seen that or read it or anything. I just Big Brother's watching you and everything though. I do like the wizard statue was separate from the other magical creatures. Well, the wizard one, but the witch is there with the other creatures, right? I could be wrong. I could be wrong there. I think I probably am wrong there. In fact, I feel like you've hit the reason on the head, though, Stephen. I feel like this movie, more than the previous ones, has actually kind of tried to be an advert for London, and so yeah. Make it look like a tube station. Well, yeah, so when people go on the tube station and see all the brick tiles and everything like that, they're going to think, oh, a little bit like the Ministry of Magic. I feel like that's the reason why they did it. Very interesting. What do you think of the fountain? It seems to show an idolized Ministry worldview where witches and wizards are superior. Worth noting which beings are included and which are left out. Yes, ones which are left out. I swear there are some which should be in there, but I just can't think which though. Not which. Chapter 8. If Dumbledore knew Dobby cast the hover charm in Chamber of Secrets, why didn't he just bring him to the trial? That could have made it harder for Fudge to dismiss the truth. I guess because Dobby can be summoned like that. Like he can literally just appear, can't he? And so I believe that's the case. And so, and also it gives Dumbledore more chance of turning the knife. You know, like if he just said "Ta-da, Dobby," then he almost lets Fudge off. If you know what I mean? Because what Dumbledore in that moment is trying to do is expose Fudge's hypocrisy. So if Fudge says, "House elf in a muggle house," and then Dobby appears and says, "Yeah, it's me," then that just proves Fudge wrong. Whereas what Dumbledore wants is for Fudge to say, "No, don't bring him here." In the same way that he doesn't want Dumbledore to let Fig in, he wants Percy to go and get her instead. That's what Dumbledore actually wants. He wants to be turning the knife for Fudge. He doesn't just want to prove that he's wrong. That's the way I see it. I might be giving it a lot of leeway though. Also, Dumbledore summoning a Shin's armchair kind of shows he sees a trial as a joke. Well, I think it's also to counter the fact that the room is terrifying. I feel like that is terrifying for Harry anyway. And yeah, definitely to mock the fact that everyone's in these, you know, this scary looking down thing and everything, and then Dumbledore's just like chilling out in an armchair, definitely. with a margarita. For YouTube Shorts, when I rewatched your Philosopher's Stone reaction, I thought the troll scene with the wand up the nose and Dumbledore's earwax flavoured beans would be great. Stephen, thank you so much. I asked for those ages ago, so that's great. I remember saying, hey guys, if anyone can think of any shorts that would be good to put out there. I've been recommended that when I post shots to not have them appear in sub feeds, just so it's for new people. But yeah, that's great. I should really get doing those, because I've only ever done one short and it did really well from what I gather. And so yeah, I'm thinking Hermione saying no to Hagrid's half brother, which I can't remember the name of, I'm afraid. And then me imagining her flying through the air and everything. I think that'd be another good one. But yeah, I should get on to doing shorts, shouldn't I? Anyway, thank you so much for the suggestion, though, Stephen. That's brilliant. Like I say, that was ages ago that I asked for those, so that's brilliant. Joel, what's up, Veggie? Chapter 7. In this chapter, Arthur mentioned the Ordinary Magical Law Enforcement Patrol. I think you've questioned in the past whether auras do all of the law enforcement, but this shows that they do not. Yeah, now that's very true, because I've assumed that they're basically bobbies on the beat, whereas it seems like now auras are definitely detectives, aren't they? Chapter 8. I think this chapter is pretty well adapted in the movie. Several lines are ripped straight from the book, absolutely. There are 3 distinct emissions from the movie, though. The Presence of Percy. The Presence of Percy, that's what this chapter should have been called. The Presence of Percy. Sorry, Veggie, he is getting harder to sympathise with. That's because you didn't realise that he is the mole, Jolt. That's what's going on. And again, Jolt, if you've jolted to your comments before watching the rest of the video, you need to watch the rest of the book review bit to understand what I'm saying. But we've now established Percy is actually the main hero of the entire series, and so he's absolute. I feel heartbroken for him. I'm an idiot. But I suppose he is convinced himself that Harry and Dumbledore are liars. 2. Dumbledore summoning and banishing his chins. It's that word again. I don't know what that word is. Is that what it describes it in the book? Maybe it is. Armchair. Is this the same Evanesco spell Bill used in chapter 5? Oh, maybe actually. 3. Dumbledore offered to summon Dobby as a witness. Fudge says he didn't have time to listen to House Elf, but is willing to hold full criminal trial for a simple matter of underage magic. He's a baffling hypocrisy. He is bafflingly hypocritical. Sorry, Jolt. That absolutely summarises what I tried to say just now in Stephen's comment. That's what Dumbledore's trying to do. So having Dobby just appear there and say, "Yeah, it was me," it wouldn't have had the same level of hypocrisy of Fudge like saying, "Oh, I don't have time to hear the evidence." You know, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Great comment, Jolt. I greatly appreciate it. Ready. I'm not sure if this is your first time back, but I remember you told a very, very sweet story a little while ago, and you said that you would sit out a couple of book clubs because the comment was so long. I did DM you saying you don't have to sit them out, but yeah, I think you did. So either way, it's nice to see you back. And if you were back last time, I'm sorry for not mentioning it. This might be a once in a lifetime thing, but I can summarise my takeaway from these chapters quite simply. Amazing. I know. I'm just shocked as you are, lol. Scared face, winking face. Shocked face, I guess that is. Albus Percival Wilfric Brian Dumbledore mops the floor with Cornelius Oswald Fudge. No fire legs needed. Amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Imagine that. Maybe that's how Dumbledore got Harry out. Just like, by packing. Ignore me. Enough said. P.S. This will undoubtedly be the shortest comment I'll ever make. Cheers. Really, like I say, You even acknowledged in your previous long comments that it was a very long comment, but it was a very important story of yours. So I really appreciate you taking the time to put it into words that you wanted. And so, like I always say, guys, if you can keep your comments short, it genuinely really helps me out. But if you have something which you just cannot hold back on, then it's okay. But, you know, it's when people are doing that every single month. You know, that's when it becomes a problem, you know. But if it's an occasional thing, then please do, because it was a very powerful story, and so I wouldn't want you to have written it in any shorter way, you know, because it was lovely. It's a lovely story about your dad. Really, thank you so much for your comment, Maddie. I don't know what is all this that I do. Anyway, who cares? Hey, Veggie, I'm Pretty Woozle. Mr. Weasley, not Pretty Veggie, I noticed. Anyway, sorry. Mr. Weasley's closest space of an office shows... closet space of an office shows how little regard the Ministry has for his department, considering we learned in the last book that Fudge looks down on him because of his fondness of muggles. Yeah, I'm guessing going on that, you think that this has been his office for a while, because for some reason in my head he's been moved there recently. But no, it probably is the case that they've been there for a while now. I think about it. Yeah, I mean, you think about how huge the Ministry building is as well. I like the tiny detail of Percy walking out of the family photo. Absolutely. I suppose he also walked out of all the other Weasley pictures, which is kind of sad. Well, the fact is, Maddie, he again, I'm going to say this for the third time, but Maddie, if you're one of the people, which it's no problem at all, but I noticed that some people, when a new book review gets posted, they go straight to their comment to hear what I say back before watching the entire thing. What I'm about to say to you, if you're one of those people, what I'm about to say to you is not going to make much sense. But the fact is, Percy had to do that. It was a huge sacrifice of his, but for the long game, he had to do it for the good of the Wizarding world. Now, again, that will make more sense once you watch the entire video. I'm an idiot. Right. Lastly, it's so good how Dumbledore is his usual calm, logical, and pleasant self during the hearing. It's amusing how politely he counters all of Fudge's statements. 12 angry men. I've already mentioned it, guys. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's been stated over and over in the books how he speaks calmly, lightly, and pleasantly. It really does mention it a lot. And he never once raises his voice, but he still gives an impression of authority, whereas the movie Dumbledore still can't act calmly. It's true. I'm going to give Gambon a pass, though, because like I said earlier in the book club, they're trying to mash the hospital wing scene, which didn't happen in the movies, with this scene, you know? And so they needed a bit of passion from Dumbledore. So I'm going to give them a pass on that one, but I do love this book chapter, though. Maddie, thank you so much for your comment. Kensett. It is amazing to me. In Prisoner Azkaban, during the scene in the Three Broomsticks, Fudge literally admits that he believes Sirius will return to Voldemort. Ooh, admitting he knows Voldemort is still out there, but weakened, so he's not a threat. Yet a year later, when Harry says he's returning, Fudge automatically denies it, saying it's impossible. Now, this is so interesting, Kenta, and you've actually just, like, provoked something in my brain there. Because I've been thinking about politics a lot, guys, as a lot of people have. Obviously, I mean, not obviously, but a lot of the time I can't. I literally can't, guys. I need to be looking after my own sanity, quite frankly. But the fact that people are so extreme nowadays on either ways, I feel like it is a response thing. So say if you're like left or right, put whichever one into your mind which you are, or if you're not at all, imagine just either of them. And you're seeing the other side getting worse and worse and worse. To counter that, you feel like you probably have to up your side. And then the other side see your side getting worse in that way, and you think, well, okay, we need to up our side. And so all of a sudden, people are saying stuff that they haven't traditionally believed, just because it's a defense mechanism against the other people. And so that's why I feel like things are so freaking combative right now. I don't like the channel, guys, but I know the channel. I don't like the titles of the videos and what they stand for and that sort of thing. But I do watch Jubilee. What are they called? There's been like around 5 or 6 of them. Is it Outnumbered? It's not Outnumbered. Oh, what is it? I can't remember what it is. But it's essentially an expert in their field with 25 people around them who completely disagree with them, and they basically come in and debate with them and everything. They do the stupid thing where they run to the table, and it's clear that they used to do that and people would end up getting hurt, and so now they pretend to run to the table, and it's so fake. But I don't know if you've ever seen them before, guys, but you watch the old ones and people are literally like knocking each other over and falling over, but now they all get up and go, oh, it's my turn. It's so clearly they've been told to decide who it's going to be next, and then do it, and then pretend to run to the chair. But those I find quite interesting, because it really shows the passionate side of it, and the expert is usually able to use logic to explain why the person may be wrong and everything. So I don't mind those. I don't think they're called Outnumbered. But I find some of them interesting. I won't watch some of them because some of the people I fundamentally do not want to even give a second's airtime to. But some of them are very, very interesting topics, I do find. And yeah, I feel like they're a good way of expanding what you're actually thinking about things. I don't know why I'm talking about that. But yeah, it's this whole thing of... So what I'm saying is... Fudge, despite the fact last year he did believe that Voldemort is still out there, now, because he thinks Dumbledore's coming for him and these people are coming for him and they're going to screw everything up, he has to be, okay, well in that case, I don't think that Voldemort was here anymore. And I feel like people are actually like that in real life right now. It's like where you had to up what you believe in just to counter what you believe that other people are, and because of that, both sides are just completely... You can't have a conversation anymore because everyone thinks that everyone is their worst enemy now. So maybe that's why Fudge is doing it. I don't know why I just brought that up, guys, but I thought I would. Like I say, it's not Outnumbered, but it's something like that. And it's like a circle of people with the expert in the middle, and they come in and talk. And I find a lot of them very, very interesting. A lot of the people that I disagree with, the experts I disagree with, I find them very, very useful to expand my reasoning for thinking what I do and everything. So I feel like they're very, very healthy. That being said, they do have some people on there that I would never want to actually give any airtime to hearing their opinions of. Disclaimer. Done. Right. Moving on. And also, I don't like Jubilee. You look at the other title, it's all, hey, the white guy thinks this about the black guy? You know, that sort of thing. It's that sort of basic YouTube drama rubbish, which I do not want to be any part of, you know. I can't believe the face I just pulled. But and it's sort of like what black women really think about white guys, and it's all so frigging us and them. And I understand that apparently they are trying to bring people together in discussion, but it's being done in such a basic tabloid, Daily Prophet, wow, shocking picture of a person going in the thumbnail. I hate that sort of thing. I really hate that sort of thing. The thumbnail of this video has to be me going like that now, doesn't it? Jeez Louise. So yeah, I don't watch Jubilee's videos generally, guys, because I don't like them. But the ones where there's a circle of people who have an opinion or of a political standpoint going to discuss something with an expert in that field is really good. And they had a sports one on recently, which was really good. I can't remember his name, guys, but he's like a really famous and much beloved sports reporter. And it had people with their sports opinion coming in to discuss their opinion with his opinion. And that actually worked really well. So I'm hoping they're going to do more stuff like that. I really do. Because I do like the format, despite the fact that they do this whole faking running to the table thing now. But yeah, I find them quite interesting, and they're long videos as well. So if you have a couple of hours and you're okay to listen to people arguing, because quite often they become quite heated. I don't so much like when they become big arguments. I like hearing people actually discussing stuff and actually expressing why they think different things and everything. I feel like it can be very healthy. The rest of the videos on the channel, I do not believe are healthy at all. In a way. Oh, what a lot of waffle. What a lot of waffle. Okay, guys. We will do this comment by Gugurupurasaru. And then I will go and open up the community ones and do the DMs. Like I say, I think there's only one DM, and then we'll get back to the list. So, Natasha will be right back. But, Gugurupurasaru. Howdy, Veggie. Just calling me Goo is fine. I think you mentioned that before as well. Goog. Okay, Goog. Goog. I'm sorry about my waffle about Jubilee just now, guys. I just want to make it very clear that I don't approve of a lot of their videos. You know, I need to make that very clear. Anyway. I'm an idiot. Right, I'm mostly going to talk about Chapter 7 because, Chapter 8 is one of the rare movie scenes where they actually did a pretty good job, aside from Percy not being there. So there's not much to say, though Umbridge's physical description is fairly different. There were people who wanted Patricia Routledge from keeping up a... And she is an excellent actor, guys. You never guess it if you just seen her in Keeping. No, you would actually, because she is brilliant in Keeping Up Appearances. But she is actually a very good actor, though. Patricia Routledge from Keeping Up Appearances playing Umbridge. To play her before it was released, despite her age. Yes, she would have been old. She would have been old at that point. And while Melda Staunton did a good job, I can definitely see that because Routledge is so good at playing unflattering characters. Well, you know what, Goog? I feel like people wanted Patricia Routledge to play Umbridge because she'd played Mrs. Bucket in Keeping Up Appearances. Bouquet. And so, in a weird way, I wouldn't want Patricia Routledge. Because in a weird way, if you think about it, in the strangest way, Umbridge is like an evil Mrs. Bucket. Oh, what is her first name? And her husband as well. There's an amazing... I don't know much about Doctor Who, guys, but I've seen an article which is an interview with the guy who played Mrs. Bucket's husband and Keeping Up Appearances, because he appeared on Doctor Who, and he is so sassy in it. It's an amazing interview. It's only in text, but it's amazing to read. It really is. Anyway, yeah, I can absolutely see why people would think Patricia Routledge for Umbridge, but she would have been a bit old at that point. But it's because it's like an evil version of Mrs. Bucket. That's crazy. It's crazy. Chapter 7. And it's good to see. It's good to see you saying that the movie did a good job in that scene. Yeah. Chapter 7. Or take your adopted son to work at the ministry. Amazing. Is so much fun and really adds character to Arthur and Kingsley. We actually get a glimpse of what Arthur's work environment is like. Absolutely we do, brief as it is. I always found the idea of auras working in cubicles funny because it makes me think of the movie Office Space. Oh, I understand that. Why now? We know now Arthur and Kingsley are co-workers who work on the same floor and hilariously have to pretend to give each other a cold shoulder at work unless they're sure nobody else is listening. It's great. I thought that's such a cool detail. It really is. It kind of makes them feel kind of cool, you know, like secret agents, you know. We can gather that Kingsley is the aura in charge of the hunt for Sirius, which means he has pretty big gig right now. Oh, absolutely. His current job is to do nothing and just keep up an appearance of being busy. Well, like the vast majority of people in the workplace. Absolutely, it is. His house is unknown, but I think that rules out hard work. Hufflepuff. What? Hang on. His house is. Oh, his house is unknown. I should say is unknown. But I think that the rule that rules out hard work in Hufflepuff when it comes to Kingsley. My money is on Slytherin. Oh, interesting. Well, the thing is, Hufflepuffs can be. Because the thing is, it's in his interest and Dumbledore's interest that he is kicking his feet and kicking the can down the road when it comes to the Black case. But yeah, yeah, that's very interesting. That's why he had time to peruse magazines for articles that a fugitive he is supposed to be hunting would find amusing. That's actually an amazing. That's actually an amazing connection there. No doubt he will be able to get off work by 7. To get some of those meatballs money he's gonna make. That's actually very true. What do you think was in the issue of the Quibbler that Sirius would find funny? I'm guessing something about him, maybe. I'm honestly not sure. I'm hoping it gets explained, though. Either way, Groog, thank you so much for your comments. Now, Natasha, I will go and open up the DMs real quick, so we'll be back to your comment in a moment, but we're getting through these nicely, guys. But yeah, sorry for the tangents. I feel like we have gone a little bit tangent-heavy lately, so I'll get back on the straight and narrow. Okay, so the DM is from Hobbit. It is just the one, guys. Where is it? There we go. It won't appear up here, guys, but it's just where the DMs are showing. Well, you know what it is? It says how much people are pledging and everything at the top of the DMs, and I don't want to be exposing that sort of thing, guys, because it's obviously very private information. And so that's why I'll be reading this one, and so, yes. Good luck to my dyslexia. Hobbit. Book Club, Order of the Phoenix. Hello there. I missed commenting on your Percy debate, so I thought I might add it to his appearance here. Of course, absolutely, it's still relevant. Whilst he is in the wrong, or is he? He is not simply doing as his parents taught him. I think a lot of us who were quite geeky at school took comfort in the idea that even if you weren't the most popular in class, if you worked hard, respected authority, and focused on your studies and future career, things would work alright for you in the end. Isn't that what Mr. and Mrs. Weasley always encouraged them, always encouraged for them all? Well, quite. I mean, we had Molly saying about, wanting Fred and George to work at the ministry and everything. I'm guessing that's changed now, quite frankly, because of circumstances. She wouldn't have wanted them to go into the ministry. But yeah, this is the thing, guys. It isn't that Percy is just suddenly like this comic book villain or anything. He believes what he believes in everything, and sure, maybe his field of vision is limited because he is so focused on the prize, but then again, everyone's field of vision's limited onto Bias's behaviour and everything, and so I think that he's not just all out evil. No, I think that you're absolutely right here, Hobbit. It's unfortunate he joined the ministry at just this moment. It's actually very, very true. Secondly, from experience, I think that his sort of ridiculous pomposity, good word there, is often a front for people who have very poor self-esteem. Oh, I completely agree with that. And quite frankly, it's not surprising that he has low self-esteem, considering, Fred and George have always given him a hard time and everything. I've always found him such an interesting character. He wears his prefect badge as a shield from the constant put-downs he receives from Fred and George and others. There we go. A small example that sticks in my mind is in Chamber when he was so alarmed at the idea of one anyone knowing he had a girlfriend. That speaks volumes. I've said how the ways I enjoy this book changed as I aged, and I realizing there's a tragedy to Percy's story is one of them. Yeah, absolutely, Hobbit, and it's very, very true that if I read this book as a kid, I would have had the same view that I have now at all. I definitely feel like it is a relatability that you can't really have at that age, maybe. You know, especially as he's meant to be a bit older than the other students, of course, at Hogwarts. Great point. I really like this. P.S. I quite enjoy Dumbledore, the sarcastic barrister, in your admirable haste to ensure that the law is upheld. You appeared inadvertently, I'm sure, to have overlooked a few laws yourself. Yeah, I think this is my favourite Dumbledore scene, guys. I genuinely do, which is wild to me, but I really enjoyed it, though. Thank you so much, Hobbit. Greatly appreciated. Natasha. By the way, Natasha Weasley has joined us. You're right, Bubba. Hey, Veggie. Chapter 7. Mr. Weasley's office is described as being smaller than a broom cupboard, but wizards have spells to enlarge spaces. Interesting. Like the one used on the tent that at the Quidditch World Cup, or the undetectable extension charm Hermione used on her bag in the seventh year. Oh, okay, that's a new one on me. It makes sense though. Why don't they just make the office larger and nicer using magic? I suppose the same questions apply to the Burrow. That's actually very true. It does seem a bit of a plot hole. The Burrow I would absolutely agree with. 100%, Natasha. That's actually quite odd. I think with the office you could say there might be legislation or red tape about not using that sort of spell inside the ministry because it can affect other things, or it's hard to come up with something, but there could be some sort of legal reason why that sort of spell can't be used inside a public building like that. Yeah, I don't know how to word it, but there might be something. And also, they probably just want to make them uncomfortable, don't they? Or maybe there is, because we hear about the filing cabinets. Maybe one of those filing cabinets has like an entrance to another part. We were barely in there, weren't we? With such a short amount of time. Because we know that they don't have a window because they were told that they didn't need it or something. At the hearing, Fudge emphasises that Harry performed magic in the presence of a Muggle. A key point to the hearing is it constitutes a breach of the state of secrecy, but Dudley lives with Harry. He is Harry's family. Does this mean that once Harry is no longer underage and is allowed to use magic, he still wouldn't be permitted to use it in front of the Dursleys? You make a fantastic point, Natasha. The rule is clearly how do they word it? It's like broad strokes, isn't it? It's just basically covering everything without really thinking about the detail of, well, obviously some cases are going to be much worse than others. So Harry's definitely going to be able to do magic in front of the Dursleys in the future, but the broadness of the stroke of this law makes that a grey area. And so yeah, that's a very good question though. The fact that Harry did it outside is not great for his cause though, especially such a bright spell. Do you think Hermione would be allowed to use magic in the presence of her parents, according to this law, since they're Muggles? So yeah, we've brought that up today in the video. So yeah, it definitely feels like a very faulty law, which presumably has been around for a long time. And these sort of things must have come up before, guys. They absolutely must have. How did you think the Dementors ended up in Surrey anyway? Dumbledore suggests that they were sent either by someone outside the Ministry, Voldemort, or someone within. Who do you think is behind it? Purely because when Dumbledore says it, Umbridge shifts. I'm guessing Umbridge. But again, I don't think that Umbridge is on the side of Voldemort. Maybe she... I don't know, guys. I really don't know. It's so interesting. It's very interesting that a toad is a reptile as well, right? Oh, God. I think so. Obviously Snake. No, because they're hot-blooded, aren't they? I don't. Anyway, let's move on. But I'm guessing Umbridge because she shifted. But how aligned with Voldemort she is, I really don't know. Or if it was a Ministry mission to try and, knock off Harry, maybe. Or if it was just two wild ones. Anyway, Natasha, thank you so much for your comment. Wow. Okay, Axel. Hi, Woozle and Veggie. You can call me, Xavier. Excellent. Sorry, I'm also dyslexic and my name is annoying. That's okay. Or Alex. Okay. Xavier I can cope with. Xavier. Alex Xavier. Is that what Xavier is short for? Alex Xavier. I've never even seen that before. Okay, Alex Xavier. I think I'm saying that right. Awesome. I presume you're new here then. I have been meaning to join the book club since Chamber, but I'm finally here. You're very welcome, Alex Xavier, and it explains the longer comment as well, so I appreciate that. Nice to see you. You're very welcome. I'm so enraged by the injustice. I'm guessing about in the chapter rather than in these book reviews. But we will find out. Arthur's office is tiny and doesn't even have a window, despite a window in inverted commas, I like it, despite asking for one to be installed. Another commenter mentioned why don't they just enlarge the space with magic? The Ministry higher-ups have no respect for Arthur or his division. This has been shown in previous books, but it's quite obvious there here with the site location of his office. And now, with the Ministry, Fudge not trusting Dumbledore and those who side with him, I don't think Arthur or Perkins will get a window anytime soon. Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. In fact, I in my headcanon, they've recently been moved to this location, which I could be wrong there. I mean, at the end of the day, guys, it could be the Ministry just like being sadistic and saying, no, don't use extending spells or anything like that. I will raise you this, though. Is it possible? And I think it is. Is it possible that the reason why the tents in Goblet were acceptable? Hermione's bag, which I don't know, we'll get to it when we get to it. Why those are acceptable, but the office space is not? Could it be a fire hazard? And I'm not being stupid there, guys. I mean it literally. So with the tents, they're contained. The tent can be put down and taken away and everything. If you do it in a room, then the fire precautions, maybe there's fire alarm, some sort of magical fire alarm or something like that, or maybe someone could get stuck in there and everything, but the alarm would not pick up anything that's going wrong in that area. And so when it comes to a room inside, unlike the room of requirement, which is its own little wacky thing, but when it comes to increasing, Weasel's watching the back of my head, but when it comes to extending the inside of a building, is that a hazard? I think it could be. I feel like that could actually be argued. Maybe. Next, lay down, Woozy. I don't want to let you out because you didn't even want back in again. Are you okay? You're thinking about going somewhere, are you? You're a bit early. You're a bit early, monkey. Lay down. Go and lay down. Good girl. I'm gonna sneeze. Nope, she wants out. She wants out. I know you wouldn't want to be in here for long, monkey. Oh my giddy goose. Oh my giddy woozle. I'll let you go. We'll go somewhere fun soon. I've been getting massively back into Cowboy Bebop recently, guys. It's so good. It's so good. It's one of those shows which genuinely improves with age. It genuinely does. And there's a reaction channel which I'm really enjoying their reactions to it. I really am. I can never remember their name. I feel like their channel name is like something like LM or something like that. But their reactions to Cowboy Bebop have been great, and I know that by the end of the show, they're going to be completely and utterly broken. It's, yeah, LM Reactions. And they're reacting to several things at the moment, but one of them is Cowboy Bebop, and I'm really enjoying their reactions to it. It's a great series. Anyway. And like I say, Cowboy Bebop, it definitely grows with age. It's written from the standpoint of like 3 people whose story is kind of already over. And so because of that, the older you get, the more you can really relate to it. So it's a great show, it really is. And the music is incredible on Cowboy Bebop. It's one of the best soundtracks you will ever find. I'm talking about the anime, not the live action. The live action had its merits, but the anime is fantastic. The live action one only got 1 season and got canned. But the anime, it's like 26 episodes and a movie. And I highly recommend it. Some episodes are fairly slower. Like the first couple of episodes might feel a little bit slow. But believe me, some of the episodes they'll make you absolutely burst out laughing. They'll make you cry. They'll make you scared. They do every genre so well in that series. So if you stick with it, you'll get some fantastic episodes. Right. And Faye's the best character. Right. So. And now the ministry. Next, with the hearing itself. It was supposed to be a casual interview between Harry and Bones in her office, possibly with a few other ministry officials as witness. Yeah, and I almost kind of assumed that Arthur was going to be there as well, but maybe not, though. There is no doubt it would have been sorted out very quickly with Harry being cleared of all charges, absolutely. But as Fudge does not want Harry and his association with Dumbledore free to continue in the Wizarding world, talking about Voldemort, he changes the time, location and severity of the hearing to the morning of 8 a.m, yeah. Oh, change it the morning of, yeah. Mr. Weasley says to Harry, we are lucky to be here so early, and then later Dumbledore says he just happens to be the ministry 3 hours early. This is clearly done in hopes of Harry and Dumbledore not showing up, so Fudge could do whatever he wanted. Absolutely, but even then, I still think that Harry may have actually still gotten off. I honestly do. You know, it was all about this vote. It was all about the vote. Changing a court date like this would be completely illegal in most of our real world. Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, I mentioned that earlier on. That's so true. So true. Harry does not once get the chance to actually say what happens. He only gets to talk when he shouts at them. It's true, he just keeps on getting talked over, doesn't he? Anyway, I could go on forever, but I'll leave it here with the one final comment on that was talked about in previous chapters, but I didn't get to leave my thoughts. Okay, good. Here we go. Yes, Percy thinks he got promoted purely because of his hard work and ambition. Some people disagree. I'd say incredibly. I think that some people did disagree with that, but I'm completely with you. That is the entire reason Arthur was so mad at him about. Percy could not see the ulterior motives, and I'm sure he would have accidentally promised the Order Dumbledore's plans just by compromised Dumbledore's plans just by being so caught up in how important he thinks he is. I fully believe Percy should be Slytherin. He is so ambitious, it damages his personal relationships. It's true. And the thing is, when you say he should be Slytherin, that's not necessarily because you think he's evil or anything. It's because ambition is his middle name. It really is. But clearly, I was going to say that, no, the others are all Gryffindors, aren't they? But yeah, yeah, thank you for adding in your thoughts about Percy. You know, he's a very interesting character to me. But Alex Xavier, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. I hope to see you here next time as well. Florin, hi Veggie. I do not have much to say about Chapter 7. Chapter 8, though, oh my. What do you think about Harry being judged in a room usually used for the hardened criminals? It really freaked me out when I found out it actually was the room, yeah. What do you think of Percy's behaviour? I'm not really against his behaviour. I mean, he does smirk at Harry at one point, but yeah. And obviously he's, like, talking like he doesn't know him and everything. But again, he's being undercover, just like Kingsley and Arthur were. Mrs. Bones was pretty awesome, though. What do you think of Dumbledore's performance? Yeah, I really like Dumbledore's performance. Bones, I really like. I'd like to hear more from her. But Dumbledore, it's my favourite Dumbledore scene. I really do think that, guys. I honestly do. It was so good. Thank you so much, Ron. Grace. It seems like Rita Skeeter has done so much damage to Harry's image. A few chapters ago, Hermione mentioned that she laid the groundwork for all the public scrutiny Harry is experiencing now. I wonder if Fudge was influenced by her articles, and that's what made him detest Harry so much. I don't think it actually is, Grace. The thing is, Fudge would really see the importance in the Daily Prophet, but I don't know if he would necessarily be susceptible to all their BS. I think that now that Harry is seen as one of its enemies because he's on Dumbledore's side, Fudge has no problems with using what these papers have been saying against him. So I don't know if he actually does believe it or not. But he's now wielding it, though, isn't he? Grace, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Gaffnob, greetings. Chapter 7. They're Britain and Ireland separate, but housed in the same building. Yeah, the leagues are separate, aren't they? I think I would like to work in ludicrous patents. Yeah, I don't even understand what the ludicrous patents is. That's completely baffling to me. The Irish League being done, like the HQ being in London. That is so odd. And we it's like I just get the feeling that it's never actually going to be fully explained, this whole thing with Ireland and the UK and Great Britain and everything. How do photographs know the current How do photographs know the current audited of the people in them? Audited. I guess it could be, you know, like there are some people, some religions and everything who believe that if you had your photograph taken, then a part of your soul is taken away. So I guess it possibly could be that, maybe, possibly. That might be me doing a lot of groundwork there, though. Chapter 8, and she arrives at last. Absolutely, Bones. I'm joking. How does Dudley count as a Muggle in regards to the statute of secrecy? I may have asked this before. No, you raised a great point, Gaffnob. It's just such a wide stroke of a law that it also includes people that know of the secrecy, which is insane. But yeah, it's way too wide. I guess what you could say is that it's unfair for. No, because then people in the Muggle, in the Wizarding world would be more lenient. Yeah, it's just such a broad stroke. I feel like that's like, you know, the explanation for that. For to see him, there is no way wizards have a right against self-incrimination. Even if they did, Harry could volunteer to take it. Again, even volunteering, it feels like there's something wrong, Gaffnor, but I can't verbalise why I feel like that's wrong. But it's a great point, though. Gaffnor, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. CJ, g'day, Veggie. This video will come out just after I've done my uni exams. I hope they're going well. I hope they went well. I'm sure they did. I'm sure you smashed them. So I'll be celebrating. Hopefully, you will be celebrating. Yeah, but good luck either way, though. That's great, CJ. It's a big moment. Chapter 7. I love Mr. Weasley's childlike wonder about everything Muggle. It's very infectious, isn't it? His enthusiasm is so catching. Do you know what 62442 spells on the T9 keyboard? T9 keyboard. Oh! So it's not that it's okay. T9 keyboard. I don't know how to do it. I honestly don't know how I would do this. Okay. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I clearly don't know what I'm doing, but you're saying that actually types out magic? That I didn't realise. Okay, I thought it was the triangle on things. Okay, that's very cool. And it probably explains that second 4 as well. My first thought about the fire-breathing chicken was that sounds like something Hagrid would do. Oh, he would do? He would definitely want it. I don't know if he'd do it though. Maybe he would. Percy, maybe it's bred with a blast-ended screw. You never know. Percy having walked out of the family photo indicates that they share or at least have some idea of the real person's current feelings. Yeah, absolutely, which is intriguing. It's one of those things where, because it's magic, you can kind of write it off as, well, there's a magical reason. But yeah, it's very interesting that is the case, though. I was getting anxious when they kept interrupting Harry. Like, let the boy talk. Well, they didn't want him to get a chance, did they? To justify himself. And the fact is, Fudge knew that Harry is eventually going to say, yeah, but I'm legally allowed to do it. in an extreme case, you know. Fudge is clearly behaving like in a corrupt manner. I'm just glad Amelia Bones had some sense. Yeah, I'm glad that she was on the panel as well. Hope you have a lovely weekend. Love from Australia. Thank you, CJ. And also, yeah, Bones would have been noted as being someone that is very, very fair by everyone there. So if it was just Fudge and Umbridge, people would be like saying, there is a bias there. And so that's probably why it was leveled out with her. Anyway, CJ, thank you so much for your comment. Ashley, Uddibuff again. Uddibuff, Piscaboo, and Tessarosso. I forgot again. I forget every single time. Uddibuff, Veggie, Woozle. I'm sure that Percy is acting as a scribe. I'm surprised that Percy is acting as a scribe for this. Wouldn't that be a full-time position for someone? Maybe they don't have them anymore, because like I say, the dungeons haven't been used for a long time, and so maybe they just didn't have one. Also, or Fudge wanted someone that is purely on his side to be doing it, which Percy then falls straight into, or Percy offered to do it. But I feel like the Fudge one. I feel like Fudge wanted someone that's going to be completely on his side to dictate it in the most egregious way. I agree with Harry and Mrs. Fig that Mrs. Fig is lying that she can see Dementors. Either way, she proves that you don't have to see Dementor to know that they were there and be a valid witness. Yeah, because the thing is, Dudley would have felt it, and so the Squib would absolutely have felt it. So yeah, that part she absolutely wasn't lying about. Now I think about it, yeah, very, very true actually. In these chapters, we get to see Fudge desperately trying to outmaneuver Dumbledore. In the last book review, you talked about how you didn't know if you agreed with agreed with Fudge that Fudge really believes that Dumbledore is trying to take over or take power. I agree with you that Fudge's primary motive is that he doesn't want to have to deal with the crisis. He doesn't want Voldemort to be back. He doesn't want to take drastic action and end up looking like an idiot. Yeah, absolutely. And that's certainly more my standpoint of what the movie version of Fudge is like. But I'm certainly learning more about him now. But I feel like there is still definitely an aspect of it, though. But Fudge knows that Dumbledore is very, very intelligent. Dumbledore would not be fooled if Harry is lying. There are only two possible explanations for Dumbledore's behaviour. Either Voldemort is really bad, which Fudge refuses to consider possible, or Dumbledore is up to something, lying to deliberately cause a panic. I'm not sure which possibility he actually finds scarier. Oh, I like that a lot. I like that, actually. That's actually so true. So that's actually really seeing it from a very sympathetic look at Fudge as well, which I think is valid. I think it absolutely is valid. Fudge is not a villain. He's an antagonist. And I feel like that is actually a very important thing to note at this point. Anyway, Ashley, thank you so much. That was a great comment. Yeah, it's a nice thing. Hi, Veggie. Hi, Woozle. Here we are. The hearing Harry's been dreading. Did it live up to your expectations? It exceeded them. I really did like this, guys. I really did. For one, I feel the movie did a pretty good job translating the scene. Except Percy the Pope. Oh my goodness. It never really dawned on me when I was reading these books before, but what kind of quality government treats a 15-year-old this way? It seems extremely excessive and entirely unnecessary. Unnecessary. He's a kid, one who is just trying to survive, and Fudge is treating him like he's committed treason, like he's a war criminal. I'm worried for Fudge's sanity at this moment. Yeah, well, the thing is, Harry to Fudge right now is an absolute villain. Quite frankly, not an antagonist, and so maybe that's why they're going so hard on it. But the thing is that other people on the in the court must have been thinking this is a bit much. Surely they must have been thinking that, and also the voting kind of backed up as well. For Chapter 7, I love the little things. Mrs. Weasley doing what she does best when she doesn't know what to do, mothering. Oh, very, very true. The code for the visitors' entrance, the ministry departments, the hurricanes, amazing, not the cartoon series. The only confusion is how the heck Mr. Weasley holding his full-length wand in his jacket pocket without it being seen. How big is his pocket? Well, you'd imagine that wizards' pockets are purposefully long, done so you can put wands in there. It's going to be the most important thing that you take with you, isn't it? So I guess wizarding pockets just are longer. Or is there some TARDIS magic making it bigger on the inside? That's amazing. Until next time, Woozle, be sure to ask for extra walkies. No, summer's coming. It's another thing, we've been walking a lot. As I talked about earlier on in the video, we have been doing a crazy amount of walking recently. There is a walk towards Burford that I want to do very soon. I was actually going to try and sneak it in today, but it's going to be 3 hours, so it might be a bit late. But I intend on us doing a hike around there very, very soon. Anyway, it's another thing. Thank you so much for your wonderful comment. Always greatly appreciated. Slim. Fun fact, there is an extremely rare genetic condition that causes a person to have uncombable hair, like a mad scientist. I don't think Harry has it though. Oh, wow, I've never heard of that, but that is absolutely fascinating though, Slim. Most people with the condition have silvery blonde or strawberry coloured hair. Wow, it's colour specific. Well, not specific, but traits. Very interesting. It requires 3 separate mutations in different genetics. So is only 100 or so people in the world that have it. Oh wow, that is rare. That's crazy. I've never heard of this before. It's fascinating. The anonymous magical maintenance people who chose to stick it to the man with 2 months of hurricane to my hero. Yeah, that is amazing. It really is. Maybe it's just me, but it's a shame the film didn't choose to reprise the room where Igor Kokorov gave his name in Goblet. Gave up his names in Goblet. I can understand why they didn't. And I think that the room that they did it in is actually really cool, and it actually kind of puts over... It actually tells you more about the Ministry by it being like that. But yeah, when it was revealed that it was that room in the book, it gave me such shivers. I bet you didn't expect to hear about the Quibbler inside the Ministry of Magic, huh? I'm intrigued by this Quibbler thing. I really am. Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to get explained. It probably will. What does Mr. Weasley and Kingsley think Sirius will like about it? I'm guessing it's something about him, but maybe not. Which department of the Ministry of Magic sounds the most interesting? Would you like to work at most? Well, yeah, the ludicrous patents does sound like a wild time. There's some really serious ones which I absolutely would not want to be part of. I guess the sporty ones would be a little bit lighter as well. So yeah, I would go. I think that's all on the same floor as well, isn't it? Possibly. Probably that. You've done a lot this month, content-wise. Don't burn yourself out. Well, that's very kind of you, Slim. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, we just come off the back of. That's very kind of you, Slim. Thank you. We just come off the back of Hunger Games. We got out Shrek, which did okay. Shrek 2, I should say. We started Avatar: The Last Airbender, and the good thing with that is that it's actually a very quick turnover. I can get both versions done, not including exporting time, in like around 3 hours, which compared to other things is a lot longer. And so I appreciate that, Sim. That's very, very kind of you to say. Thank you very much. How are we doing? I absolutely love the detail of the Ministry in these chapters. Seriously, just imagine being Harry in front of a courtroom filled with people at the age of 15 for underage magic. I just couldn't imagine the nerves. Yeah, and the chapter does so good, particularly that chapter does so good in expressing Harry's nerves and what he's feeling in the room. The stark contrast between Fudge and Madame Madame Bones is very evident, and thank goodness for her, or it could have gone very differently. I think so, but I feel like there is still a chance that Harry may have got off, because the thing is, the letter of the law does state that Harry is fine to have done what he did, but it's, you know, it's if they believed him, isn't it? It's basically character assassination, isn't it, that's going on with Harry in this. Why is that not sticking? Oh, forget it. Ignore. Great comment there, Hoding. Thank you so much. Paulina! Hi, Veggie and Woozle. This is the first comment in a very long time. It's nice to see you back, Paulina. As I was too busy with work to actually comment before. That's completely understandable. It's lovely to see you here, though. This is pretty long, which I apologise, but there is just so much I want to say. It's okay, Paulina. As it's been a while, it's fine. Chapter 7. 1. This is just a thought, but what would have happened to Harry if he had actually been expelled from Hogwarts? Would Dumbledore still have sent him back to the Dursleys, or would he have been allowed to stay at Grimmauld Place? The thing is with Grimmauld Place is that they probably need the Ministry would probably legally have to know where he is living, and so Grimmauld Place would be a bad choice, really, wouldn't it? But I think that would actually still be the choice, though. It really would. But then, you know, presumably there would be no one there, because if they knew that Black was there, then they'd be around there to go and arrest him. And so it's the fact that the Ministry would have to know where he is, which would suggest that maybe he would actually have to go back to the Dursleys. Maybe Molly would have taken him in. It's interesting to think about. Well, actually, that's true, because they could have offered that, and then the Dursleys would, at that point, would have absolutely, you know, clean their hands to them. But it would have absolutely made the Burrow an absolute target. An absolute target. You know, it just takes Draco finding out that Harry's living there, you know. 2. I love all the world building in this chapter, especially the detailed explanation of how the Ministry of Magic operates and how much more secure it is compared to how it's portrayed in the movies. Yeah, it's true. But I do feel like the movie did a great job, though. I feel like it's one of these things where I don't think anyone hates the way that it looked in the movie. We may disagree with it. We had a comment earlier on saying about how it's like a underground train station. But I think it was impressive what they did, though. 3. Grouped around him, the wizard with a beautiful witch, centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The last 3 were all looking adoringly at the witch and wizard. Ah, that's right. It's the 3 that I look at. That's right, yes. To me, this says that wizards are superior to other magical creatures, which is quite a statement. Would house elves agree with that? With that statement? I think that they would, wouldn't they? I don't think goblins would have house elves. So again, if it's made by an elf, then it kind of explains it. But, you know, that's me giving a lot of leeway, isn't it? It is the same mentality that many pure-blood wizards have. So it's interesting that it's the first things you see when entering the Ministry of Magic. Pardon me. Chapter 8. When it comes to Percy, I kind of understand why he didn't acknowledge Harry. He was at work and trying to act professional. That's actually very fair. Did Harry expect Percy to look at him like, oh, hey, Harry, how are you? That's fair. That would have been very unprofessional on his part. Percy agreeing with Fudge wasn't great, but Fudge is his boss, which puts things into perspective. Yeah, now Percy did smirk at Harry at one point when things are going wrong, which was actually why Harry started to really speak up for himself. But yeah, I like that perspective on Percy, I really do. Harry was a bit judgmental in how he described Umbridge. Well, that's how he is, isn't he? He doesn't really know her yet, and she hasn't done anything to him at this point to deserve such a description. It's true, it's true. But I guess you could really say that about Bones' description as well, to an extent. Although Umbridge's is definitely harsher. Dumbledore's calmness throughout the hearing made Fudge seem irrational. So true. Dumbledore knows how Fudge operates. He is an insecure man who wants the prestige and the fame of Dumbledore, which is why he stays calm. Dumbledore made Fudge look like the unreasonable one in front of everyone. Fudge's plan to discredit Harry and Dumbledore failed miserably. Yeah, it was a masterclass by Dumbledore, and that's why I loved it so much. Paulina, nice to see you back. Hope to see you next time, but if not, hope to see you down the road when you're able to comment again. Greatly appreciated. Josh. Harry being tried as a violent criminal based on the room he is in is just crazy to me. Yeah, well, it's also intimidation, isn't it, I feel. Might be a little late on the topic, but Percy gets no sympathy from me. Here we go. He is finally aware that his only sister would be dead if not for Harry, and yet he swallows the ministry propaganda because he's more concerned with his own ego. Yeah, you know what? The whole Ginny situation feels like something which a lot of characters have forgotten, not just Percy. It really does, you know? It really does. It feels like almost like there's a disconnect between it and the rest of the story. Maybe that's just me. Arthur forced his son to consider the very real possibility that he is just being used as a pipeline for information and couldn't handle the truth, so he hides behind petty anger as an excuse to ignore the fact that his ambition and work ethic doesn't mean anything to the ministry. If I said to my father the things Percy said to Arthur, he would ground me for life. it's great to hear that hard a line when it comes to Percy, Josh, because I do disagree with it, but I'm not going to completely. I feel like it's great to hear this sort of take on it. I feel like there is the fact that Percy naturally just is so focused on what he is doing and his surroundings that he is willing to genuinely believe that he has been promoted for his merits. And if that's ignorance, then that's it. But ignorance is ignorance, isn't it? I'm pretty sure you have actually. You can actually spot Percy during the hearing in the movies, which I found funny because new people who have not read the books are probably like, what the F is he doing here, lol, since they didn't bother with his falling out with the rest of the family, or any of his personality, character arc, something plagues the entire Weasley family in the movies. Yeah, I didn't realise he was there. Certainly when he shows up later on in the movie, I was like, hang on. In my reaction, I'm like, hang on, that's Percy. Like, what are they doing there? So yeah, completely unexplained, but you can kind of bridge the gap if you think about it for long enough, or unbridge the gap. Josh, thank you so much for your comment. Well, hi Veggie. I'm going to bring back a complaint to the author that has been discussed before. The way characters we dislike, especially female, are written as being to be ugly. That's just how I see it, guys. I completely agree with you, Will. I completely agree with you. Umbridge looks like a toad. How convenient for her to be ugly when we're going to hate her. Yeah, exactly. I said earlier on in the video, it's like when he found out that she was meant to be classically unattractive, not classically attractive, I should say. Did you immediately think, oh, okay, so she's going to be a villain then? Because that's kind of how these books go, guys. It really is, and it's sad, As someone who's been told that they're not exactly pretty for a lot of their life, it is horrific for a book about good and evil to be basically saying, oh, by the way, in this universe, you'd definitely be evil. It's horrible. It really is. But if a lot of people don't experience that, do they? Anyway, for one, think that in the movie she works better because she's not ugly. Imelda Staunton is a lovely looking woman, and it's her acting that makes Umbridge not her. That makes Umbridge not her looks. Very well said. As you know, the finished cover of this book is unique. In the Order of the Phoenix book cover has always been my least favourite. It really went full toad with Umbridge with it. Oh, that's right. Oh, is that the one which I've seen? Yes, I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. Also, do you think that the hearings time and place were changed because Fudge didn't want Dumbledore there? It could be exclusively that, actually. I thought it was also to just make Harry look like he, turning up late to a hearing is not good, guys. And so I feel like it's partly that as well. But yeah, it may be mostly, and probably, again, it's Dumbledore against Fudge is what's going on here. Harry is just like a bystander in it. By the end of this court scene, it's just them shouting at each other. Well, not shouting, one shouting, one calmly speaking. And so yeah, I completely agree with that. Great comment, Will. I'm glad you brought up the Umbridge thing. And I'm going to say it again, guys. I really want to do a book, around the world book cover reaction to the different books, And so what we might want to do is maybe I'll do a blog. No, because it has to be links. If someone could compile somewhere, maybe on Google Drive or something, all the different covers for Sorcerer's Stone. It might be best to talk amongst yourselves in the comments rather than several people doing it before, just establish who's going to do it and then for them to do it. And then in a video, I'd love to do a reaction video to just like first time looking at all the different covers and everything, and with them saying what country it is and everything. I'd love that. I'd really like to do that, guys. And so maybe we can get that going. I don't know how we'd sort it out though. Oh. Either way, thank you so much, Will. Greatly appreciated your comment. I completely agree with you on the Umbridge aspect. Maria, Hi, Veggie. These are great chapters. I love all the little details we get. I must say that the description of the Ministry of Magic resonates with me so much more now that I'm an adult who has worked in office buildings. Well, there you go, absolutely. What do you think of the Fountain of Magical Brethren? That's the thing, the fact that it's called that is very interesting. The title, I was wondering what the title of it was going to be, so that does say something different to it. The description of it is off-putting to me. Oh, absolutely. Also, I love that Mrs. Fig is back. Of course, the wonderful Fig. I'm not sure if I ever had a Fig. Alright. I wish we got space. Pardon me. I'm sneezing a lot recently, haven't I? I need to curb that. I wish we got more of her in the series. Her description of the Dementors running brought a bit of levity to the trial scene. It's surprising that they were so rude about her being a squib, but still disappointing. I'm also surprised the Ministry keeps records of witches and wizards, but not squibs. Yeah, that feels like an oversight. It really does. But again, the fact that Fudge, the minister doesn't know if squibs consider Dementors or not. Again, that feels like an oversight. It seems like a bit short-sighted. Well, there you go. Yeah, I completely agree. That is wild. I don't even know if we're going to get Fig again, but she's been an absolute treat in this, and obviously we have her family member in Hogwarts Legacy. But yeah, she was great in this, and so I do hope we see her again. I'm sure we might do down the line, but we shall see. Dustin with that animated icon. Hey Veggie, I think these chapters bring some insight into the wizard's view of non-wizards. The Goblin liaison office being on the floor of the magical pest control instead of International Magic Corporation. Oh, that's a great detail. Fudge not having time to listen to house elves, and the fact that anti-muggle pranksters are the responsibility of the two guys in the broom closet, and not the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Oh, wow, the Goblin thing is such a great detail. In fact, it's on the same floor as that, because it was like associating the different departments with each other, wasn't it? I think it brings some context to prank that Fred and George pull on Dudley in the last book, whilst also making that prank seem more serious in the eyes of Arthur, since his job is to punish people like that. Well, that's actually so true. Yeah, I will always think that what Fred and George did to Dudley was horrific, guys, and I don't think I can ever see myself changing on that. But yeah. Anyway, Dustin, great comment. Thank you so much. Nancy Bobs. Hello to everyone. Sirius threatens to sort out Amelia Bones for Harry. Amelia Bones is related to Sarah Bones' aunt, I think. Oh, there we go. Very interesting. Wouldn't that be conflict of interest? No, it wouldn't. No. Even broken ticket machines excite Weasley. Oh, of course, absolutely. Mr. Weasley. The telephone passcode to get into the Ministry is 622442. Spells magic. Again, I don't understand how all that works, but I fully believe it though. Beardy Bob with his fire-breathing chicken in a box. Not like that. Not like KFC. He was in the film, absolutely. Yeah, I didn't think he was, but watching it back, I was actually really delighted. And the fact that he didn't explain what it was he was holding, I thought was cool. Morning Bob was whatever was in the box tried to set fire to his beard. Yeah, I love the fact that that was there, and it didn't need to be, but I'm really glad it was. Also, I've got to say this, guys. Arthur is really happy in this whole scene of him going towards the Ministry and everything. He must know that Harry is absolutely terrified, but there's no real thing like Alpha is just like constantly smiling, even when he finds out that the trial is in 5 minutes time. He's still just smiling his face off. So there's no real connection between him and Harry, and like Harry being extremely stressed and everything. But then again, Harry is like looking at the mystery in wonderment and everything, and so it does make the whole thing feel a lot less severe or dangerous for Harry. Lit voice, level 7, ludicrous patent office. Wonder what sort of things wizards are inventing to be classed as ludicrous. And also, where's the non-ludicrous patent office? That's a good point. Let alone having a whole office dedicated to it. Something like a flying carpet fitted with an outboard motor. Well, that almost sounds like it should be Mr. Weasley's purview, really, isn't it? Magical maintenance staff sound like we're not going to say that. As I do not want this video to immediately get age restricted. Magical maintenance staff sound like nuisances. Giving the months of bad weather to force pay rise. I don't know how bad the windows actually are, because I'm guessing they don't feel the hurricanes or anything. It's just what they're seeing. But yeah. It's an opinion, Nessie Bob. It's an opinion, but I ain't gonna read it out in its entirety, I should say. Firearms, not fire legs. Amazing. It took me a while to get it. It really did. Might Dumbledore have used the time turner to attend the hearing? Oh, I like that a lot, Nessie Bobs. It'd be a really cool detail if you could see the chain like going under his robes or something. That's great. I really like that. Yeah, why not? I reckon that explains it entirely. Oh, Nessie Bobs, I like that a lot. Great work, great work, great work. Thank you so much for your comments. Tonya. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. In my opinion, Fudge chose the location and procedure of the trial solely for intimidation purposes. Pardon me, Tonya. Purposes, which is really disgusting, especially doing it to a 15-year-old boy. I think Fudge meant for Harry to be late to make him feel like he messed up already. Yeah, that's actually psychologically as well, yeah, but also telling the other members, oh yeah, this guy's late. He's not taking it seriously, you know. And for Dumbledore to miss the entire thing, isolating Harry completely. I don't even want to imagine the trial without Dumbledore there. Well, quite absolutely. Also, hilarious passive aggression move from the Hurricanes. Well, not according to Nessie Bobs. I hope they get their raise. Absolutely, I am with you. But you know, Nessie Bobs has a different take on it, which includes a word chime. Not going to say. Tony L, thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciated. Alicia, hi Veggie. These chapters always have me wondering what the heck kind of banana republic the wizard world is going on. That the time of the hearing can be moved to whenever or wherever at the last minute. I reckon. Maybe I'm doing a lot of heavy lifting here, Alicia, but I reckon that very possibly that Fudge would have gotten into trouble for it, but he was willing to risk it to get the outcome from the trial that he wanted, and then to say, oh yeah, no, I shouldn't have done that, or something like that, you know, because you get the impression that Bones would have been like, well, hang on, this isn't right. But there's no time, because the trial is now, so we'll talk about it afterwards, the hearing, I should say. Maybe. I realised they have a Wizengamot to handle trials, but no career politicians can, like Fudge, should be on that. I agree. Seems ripe for major injustices that anyone from the ministry is running trials instead of impartial judges and juries. Most likely they have some sort of factions or voting blocks, if not actual political parties. That would potentially bias them. Oh, absolutely, of course, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I completely with you, Alicia. And no person underage specifically should be going to a hearing of a trial without representation of who knows all the laws and statutes. Absolutely. But the thing is, this isn't a trial, it's a hearing. So I think that the fact that it was meant to be this very, very little thing where it's just going to be a conversation with Bones and then she'll say, yeah, you're okay, to be actually make it feel like a trial is making it, so maybe these laws wouldn't be in effect, but they're making it feel like a trial when it's actually just a hearing. I do think they're two different things, guys, but I could be wrong. Also, it was the 90s. We had email then. The paper plane memos thing is so silly. Yeah, but the wizards don't have email. Sometimes I'm very glad I'm just a muggle. Hopefully by now the Wizarding World has gotten a little more tech savvy. Well, yeah, I've always thought that the Wizarding World could do with like taking on a bit of technology, but the fact is, if the Muggles come up with something first and someone says, hey, these guys have that over there, they're gonna be like saying, well, we don't want that because we're these guys over there, we're better than them, we have a fountain that proves it, you know. So yeah, maybe that's it. Anyway, Lisa, great comment, always appreciated, thank you so much. I'm just gonna see how far we're getting through this. Alexandra, hi Veggie and Woozle, who is back in temporarily. I don't have much to say about a lot of my thoughts are probably already expressed here. I will say that I love reading how Dumbledore handles Fudge in the hearing. It's like Fudge is a child being indulged by their parents when they throw a tantrum. That's actually a really good way of describing it. It's endlessly amusing. It's been a few book clubs since I've been able to comment because I've been trying to finish the last of my few university courses. So I graduate while this worked while also working full time. Well, congratulations, Alexandra, for getting it done. I don't know if you're saying you actually finished. But if not, then good luck with the rest of it. I'm in my last class now, and it will be finished by the beginning of June. So I should be done after 9 years of school on and off. Well, congratulations, that's amazing. Yeah, that is very soon, in fact. So that's amazing. I can't wait to take a nap. Lol, wonderful. Walter and I hope you and Woozle are enjoying the warm weather. Is Walter the cat that I spy in your icon? I think it probably is. If you're getting warmer weather, we certainly, I know we have. It's been great, and Woozle and I have been taking a lot of advantages of it. In fact, I am planning a hike after this today, probably a 2-hour one because it is quite late at this time. But and then like a long one over the weekend. But yes, no, we have absolutely been taking advantage of the weather. I don't enjoy it, but Walter likes a nap in the sun, so it's worth it. Oh, I'm definitely a sun person. I should rephrase that. I'm definitely a warm weather person. I definitely am. But, you know, it's not for everyone, though. Alexandra, congratulations or good luck. It sounds like you probably are done by now, so if you are, congratulations. And that's a long time coming with those 9 years. And so that's very impressive. So nice work, and I hope you do have some downtime, because it sounds like you absolutely deserve it. Muddy Kuma 95. I actually love the way Michael Gambon says Albus Percival Wulfric Ryan Dumbledore. It's amazing. And such a great introduction to him in the movie as well. I also love Dumbledore's line, due to the lack of lucky mistake, I arrived in the ministry 3 hours early. I think he knew Fudge would be pulling something sketchy. Yeah, or like the early comment says, maybe it was the time turner. You know, that's an interesting theory. It really is. It's good to remember that this is an abnormal trial. I doubt other cases of underage wizards using magic in front of Muggle relatives is now treated as harsh as this. Well, the thing is you'd imagine that the vast majority of wizard students aren't being kept an eye on to the level that Harry is, and so the fact that Harry did it was one, a good excuse for Fudge, but also much more likely to get noticed as well. So that could be an aspect of it as well. I doubt other cases of underage wizards using magic in front of Muggle relatives are normally treated so harshly as this, especially with how the whole Aunt Marge incident was swept under the rug just over 2 years. I presume that she was obliviated. I guess she was. I have no idea. I don't know if that ever came up. It probably did, actually. Fudge is specifically targeting Harry here. Oh, absolutely. And thoughts on Dumbledore not looking or speaking to Harry? I've gone into it already. I don't know the purpose of it, but in my headcanon, it's purely because he was there to humiliate Fudge first and say help Harry out second. That's the way that I see it. I really, really do. Anyway, Maddie Kummer, thank you so much for your comment. I'm going to sneeze again, Weasel. Oh, I hate that when the sneeze just goes away like that. Esmeralda. Hi, Veggie. Why would the Ministry have elevators? That is a great question. And also, I don't think it says that they go back and forth in the book. I think that is a movie exclusive, I think. Technically, that technology that Muggles invented to compensate for not having magic, wizards should think it's beneath them. They should have apparate or flew directly to the offices. Visitors have to use the stairs like at Hogwarts. Now that's very interesting. Now this could be explained partly, maybe, because of the connection between the mystery magic and the Muggle World Parliament, which I do feel like there must be some sort of connection between. So maybe if delegates of that are coming, that they would have to use lifts. But then again, 20 lifts, that seems a bit draconian for that. It is an odd technology. For the Wizarding World to have, but then again, it is a very convenient one, though. I guess what you could be saying, I mean, you say technology, maybe it is being controlled by someone who is there just to make it levitate. Maybe it's the person saying the floors, you know? So there could be someone just there. So it may not even be technology, but it looks similar to Muggle technology, which could just be a coincidence, I guess. But Esmeralda, you raise a great point there. Ironically, lift. Ignore me. But yeah, a great point there. That is definitely food for thought. Andrew. Hi, Veggie. I have a different sort of question today. If you had to pick one of the Ministry of Magic levels departments to visit for work experience, which would you choose? And which would you not choose? Well, the thing is, there is the Department for Magical Creatures, isn't there? Not just the nasty ones, like the destroying of them, right? I feel like there is. So that would probably be my number one if there is one. Then that's just going to be a fairly easier ride, which would probably be the sport one, quite frankly, which I know you mentioned in a second. Level 7 Department of Magic Games Sports Incorporated Britain and Ireland Quidditch League's official Gobstones Club and Ludicrous Patents Office. Maybe the Gobstones Club, because I don't really understand what it is. But maybe that would be an easy ride as well. Level 6 Department of Magic Transport incorporating Flu Network Authority, Broom Registration, Portkey Office, and Apparition Test Centre. Wow, that's something which I did not pick up on that. Presumably that's where Fred and George went for theirs. Wow. Level 5, Department of International Magic Cooperation Office Law, International Confederation of Wizards and Precious Seats. Level 4, Department of Regulation and Control Magic Creatures. Called Magic Creatures, incorporating beasts being spirit... Being and Spirit Divisions. Oh, that sounds like it could be a nice one. Goblin Liaison Office and Pest Advisory Bureau. That's so interesting that the Goblin one is on that one. It really is. Department of Magic, Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Definitely not working there. Including the Incredible Incidental Magical Reveal Squad. Obliviator Headquarters and Muggle Worthy Excuse Committee. Well, that sounds like quite an easy one, especially for a Muggle. Level 2 Department of Magic Law Enforcement, including improper use of magic office, Aura Headquarters, Wizardgamot Administration Services. Well, there you go. Thank you very much for listing them all out, Andrew, because obviously I had forgotten largely a lot of them. But yeah, the nicer ones with the animals would be my pick, I think. But there are some, like, cushier sounding jobs there as well, though. Anyway, Andrew, thanks so much for your question. Jacqueline, just Jacqueline. I don't know why I went to see. I always read first names. That's it. Hi, Veggie. Hi, Weasel. Long time no comment. Yes, Jacqueline. It's nice to see you back. I've been dealing with health things, and my family's health things and family things. But I'm doing better than I was last time. I commented, well, Jacqueline, I'm glad to hear you're doing a bit better. I hope you continue to do even better. First note, unrelated to this at all. I got my second tattoo over the weekend, and it's a quote at the end of Goblet of Fire. What, Hermione saying about what she did to Rita? It's probably my favourite line in the entire series. Whatever comes will come, and we'll meet it when it does. It is a great line. That was such a satisfying way to end that book, especially after the comical ones that we'd had in the previous books. It turned out great, and I'm glad I finally got. Finally did get it. Well, that's awesome. I don't have any tattoos, guys. I was thinking that if I were to be one, it might be the Black Rabbit from Watership Down, because it's just such a beautiful image. But yeah, I'm not really a tattoo person. Maybe one day. Maybe I would get the Black Rabbit. That'd actually be a pretty cool one. I hope it didn't take too long, by the way. I know they're quite painful, aren't they? And I'd imagine text would take quite a while, yeah. Now onto the comment. One thing I want to give the movie is this, that I think they set out the building on the Ministry was amazing. All the sets they built for the movie are great, but that's one specifically always stands out to me. Yeah, I can absolutely see why. Even like I said earlier on, visiting it felt kind of extra special. It really did. I can't help but imagine the movie Ministry when I reread Order. Victoria London Underground was the inspiration stylistically. Well, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? I'm not sure if I've ever been to Victoria. Also, it looks so much like real tile, but it's actually MDF. Oh my goodness, isn't that bad? Oh no, MDF's fine, isn't it? Yeah, no, I'm thinking of something else. ITV did a Behind the Magic series for the last five movies, which is where I saw this. I was just wondering. I just watched it. It's on YouTube, and there's nothing spoilery in the book, so I would recommend it. Oh yeah, we can check that out if people want me to check it out. That sounds great. But it also makes sense to wait until you're done with the books. Well, yeah, okay, maybe we could do it per book or something, but no, that sounds great. Thank you so much for the recommendation. Also, there's behind the scenes specifically on the sets that I watched for the first time, and they mentioned that the Ministry is actually below Whitehall. Oh, interesting. Which I did had to Google. I'm Canadian. I'm not sure where Whitehall is. I think it is pretty central, though, isn't it? I specifically said Ministry of Defence. And he specifically said the Ministry of Defence, which I never knew, but is fun. Definitely part of my canon now. Yeah, absolutely. I can absolutely see why. Yeah, I'm really not sure why Whitehall is, but it's definitely pretty bloomin' centre, isn't it, of London? I haven't been to London that much, guys. You know, maybe we and Weasley can go there sometime. Not sure for what. You're right, Bobo. You're looking very depressed. No, you're not. You're looking sleepy. Jacqueline, thank you so much. I'm glad that things are getting better for you, and I hope the tattoo heals nice and fast. Matt, Hi, oh no, mate, sorry, mate. Hi, Veggie. First time here. Mate, you're very welcome. It is mate, isn't it? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's lovely to see you. Thank you so much for your comment. Sorry in advance for the long comment. This is absolutely fine, don't worry. Long comment and all the stupid puns. Oh my goodness, look forward to this. I think one of the few that I think I'm one of the few that see and hear from the book is different from the movie scene. In the movie, he just didn't seem calm. Oh, you're talking about Dumbledore. I think I'm one of the few that see the hearing from the book as different from the movie scene. He doesn't see. Yeah. I'm not against the movie one. I'm not, but I loved the book one. I really did. The wizard Dumbledore handles. The way Dumbledore handles every situation since the start of the series is simply amazing. With absolutely no effort, he radiates authority, demand, politeness, kindness, cleverness, and wisdom, and humour as well, and wit. Yeah, I really appreciate this scene for Dumbledore, and you know, everything with Dumbledore is great, but this one in particular really did stand out for me, I must admit. Dumbledore continues to be my favourite character. Other people may disagree, and I can understand the different perspectives of him, but I can't deny Dumbledore got style. But you can't deny Dumbledore got style. Absolutely, yeah. Like I say, I think this is my favourite Dumbledore scene. I really do. Thanks for what you're doing, mate. You're absolutely welcome. And you know what? That link was absolutely fine. Don't worry about that. So I hope to see you next time as well. But thank you so much for your first comment. Greatly appreciate it. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more comments. I'm feeling a little bit dizzy. So let's do 2 more, and then I'll have a break, and then we'll push on for the last. If that's okay, yeah. I feel like I'm slurring my words a little bit. I usually get like this at this point in the book review, guys. But we are looking at a potential sub 5-hour episode, which I know you'll all be delighted about. Okay. Dobby. Hi, Veggie. Hey Veggie, I should say. I missed the last one because Patreon didn't accept my payment. I hope you didn't receive notification every time I tried to subscribe or unsubscribe. No, we don't. This may become a monthly occurring thing, so sorry in advance. No, that's fine, Dobby. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can really do about that. I hope it did get. I mean, it clearly got sorted because you're commenting. But no, don't worry. It didn't affect my feed or anything. When it comes to the money side of it, it's kind of very separate. And so I'm glad it got sorted. Hopefully, it isn't a monthly thing for your sake. But for me, don't worry. It's not going to be affected. It's not going to be bothering me at all. So I hope it has got sorted. I'm sneezing, sneezing so much today. What is going on, Woozle? Maybe I'm allergic to woozles. Maybe that's it. Yeah, I hope that gets sorted out. I think the fountain in the hall might be the best, better, hang on, sorry. I think the fountain in the hall might be better as as just a statue, jets of water from the house elf's ears just now. Oh, I see. Just a statue rather than a gargoyle. Well, it's not really a gargoyle, but a statue which has water running through it. Because a gargoyle has to have running water going through it for it to be a gargoyle. If not, then it's a grotesque. Yeah, that is horrible. Water coming out of the ears. The ministry used to use owls instead of flying memos, but quit using them because they kept essing. Again, I feel like this month people are trying to slip me up and trying to get me to say words which I shouldn't on the desks. I 100% believe that those owls were doing it on purpose. Oh, well, very possibly. Actually, that's true. It's because they got left out of the statue, of the fountain, isn't it? That's why. I like it. Dutch fun fact. Dutch fun fact of the month, excellent. The WEGGIEKNIGHTS is translated to Wiccan we schwa. Right? Oh my goodness. That is a long old word, which comes from the expression Wiccan en wagen, which means to ponder and hesitate very long and thoroughly. I like it. Well, I mean, that's a good name for him, isn't it? this can generally be a good thing, but this case, I interpreted it as the Wizzgamot just being unnecessarily complicated. Well, that's actually true, especially in Harry's case. It really is. The fact that Wizzgamot is this large and everything. It's very draconian. Hey, there's that word again. Dobby, great comment. Always appreciated it. And yeah, I hope the Patreon issue gets sorted. I can't imagine what that is, but yeah, I hope. Patreon is such a weird website. It's very weirdly organized. It really is. But either way, I hope it gets sorted. Stay young. G'day, Veggie. Another breakfast description for you. You do enjoy, absolutely. Not very vegan, but it sounds like something 15-year-old me would have demolished. What, the toast or the things that Molly offered? I'm guessing it's the things that Molly offered, maybe. The hearing is a great verbal tennis match between Dumbledore and Fudge, with Harry being the ball, I guess. We've got Percy in the stands, most who must appreciate not being called Weatherby. It's true. Yeah, Fudge does get his name right. And Fudge running the show until Dumbledore arrives, with his angel and devil on either side of him. I love how Dumbledore is pretending that Fudge simply made mistakes and wasn't willfully ignoring the law. Well, that's the thing, because it really plays into Dumbledore's handling and literal handling of Fudge, you know, the fact that he has him in the palm of his hand, literally, because he is willing to play along with certain aspects of what Fudge is doing. Because if he just said, Fudge, you're corrupt, that wouldn't be the same. He is allowing Fudge to be his own executor in this situation, you know. It's interesting how both the prosecution and the defense broke what we know as rules of law, as we know as rules of law. People have rights. People have already gone into detail about Fudge changing the time and location, not offering his witness a defendant, and ignoring laws and witness accounts due to process to punish him. However, we can assume that Dumbledore made Mrs. Fig lie in the courtroom with her account of the night, conveniently missing out any order business, witness tampering at its finest. Well, quite absolutely, yeah. And if there was any squib expert or anyone who knew a squib, they could have been in serious trouble there. It was a very risky biscuit. It really was. How impressive did you assume a full Patronus was before this chapter? I thought it was pretty impressive. I feel like Lupin had really put over how advanced it would be, especially for a 15-year-old. Also, how does the Ministry control the Dementors with positive reinforcement through Solstice or negative reinforcement with threats of Patronuses? Oh, that's so interesting. I've always assumed it was positive reinforcement, but yeah, you're right. There must be a little bit of both columns, I guess. I've never thought of that stay here, but I like that a lot, though. I have covered it all, haven't I? Because I'm a little bit worried that I'm missing stuff now, because I need another break before we push on to the final bit. Wouldn't it have been amazing if Dobby was in the trial? I said exactly the same thing, as both a witness for the hover charm, and a bat for Harry whenever. And to bat for Harry whenever Fudge insulted his character, Dobby would have told Fudge to catch these hands. Amazing. Take care of yourself, and I'm looking forward to catching up with the past month of your content. It's been busy. Stay here. Thank you so much for commenting. I hope you do get a bit more time. But yeah, it's always appreciate your comments, and thank you so much for taking the time. And I'll say hope to see you next time. We will do one more, and then I'll have a quick break. Elizabeth. Hey, Veggie and Woozle. Happy to be back in the book club for Order of the Phoenix after a little time off. I got caught up on the last few, and I'm so glad to hear you're enjoying this one. What has been your favourite part so far? I've really enjoyed this trial, the hearing. I really did, but my favourite part of this book so far I mean, Grimmauld Place is fascinating. But hearing about the Ministry was awesome as well. I think it might actually be these chapters. I really liked Dumbledore in this in this chapter, guys. I think it might be my favourite chapter so far. Possibly. I don't know. It's hard to remember, to be honest. But it's very hard to say, though. We can obviously see the Ministry's corruption in the ways they attempt to sabotage Harry's case at a fair trial. But when they won't even allow him to recount the events that led to the trial in the first place. Yeah, and the thing is, not everyone in that trial, apart from Fudge and his cronies, must have smelt a rat a little bit. They have to have done, guys. Maybe not. It's one of the plot lines in the Order of the Phoenix that make me irrationally, or perhaps rationally, angry. Oh no, I feel like that's rational. I feel like it's absolutely rational. Absolutely. On the other hand, MVP has got to go to Dumbledore here. Absolutely. His cool, calm composure is one of my favourite things about his character. It's why that Dumbledore said calmly, amazing, he bugged book readers so much. No, absolutely, really did. No, getting to that point in the book club was actually fascinating to hear how much, because it was. I knew about the meme, but how much it actually bothered people. It was very interesting to hear. He shows most of his strength in wisdom and tact, not sleazy attempts to discredit Harry like Fudge and his cronies. Yeah, and also he's just allowing Fudge to make the mistakes, which I really appreciate. Did you see that they just announced the new cast of the Golden Trio today? Yes, we talked about it at the start of the video. Elizabeth, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for your comment. Take care of yourself, and thank you so much. Great comment. And yes, we did discuss the Golden Trio at the start, and I don't know how much. I think I probably will leave it all in, but I'll listen to it one more time just to decide. Elizabeth, thank you so much for your comment. Thank you, greatly appreciated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, quick break, and then we will push on to the end. Okay, Spartany, Uttipuff, Veggie, and Weasley. I can't believe I keep forgetting to say Uttipuff. Oh, I thought she was asleep. Now she's staring at the back of my head again. Love the Weasleys in these chapters. Mr. Weasley laying out clothes, or Mrs. Weasley laying out clothes for Harry and fussing over him, and Mr. Weasley escorting him to the hearing. Yeah, in the movie, like I say, he just seems very, very happy in the movie. It seems really odd. More examples of how they really are Harry's adopted family. Absolutely. Fudge attempting to use his full weight as Minister of Magic to expel a 15-year-old kid from school shows the deepest level of paranoia and corrupting power. Absolutely. At least he gets Percy's name right, though. Absolutely. So there is always a silver lining, I guess. But yeah, it really is put over the Ministry as the villain of the book. It really has, guys. Which, again, I didn't get from the movie. Sorry about constantly doing this, guys. I don't know what's wrong with my nose today. And as usual, love the humour as well. I can just imagine owl droppings everywhere in the old ministry days. Imagine, I don't know how much Bird Muck smells, but it can't have smelled great though as well. Regurgitating toilets as well. Again, not smelling very good. And if I worked in the Ministry, I would make a mental note of every never to piss. Oh, optimism screw. Amazing, yes, quite. Although I don't know how bad I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining it to be a lot less bad than other people are, but yeah, it certainly seems to be quite extreme for some people though. They would make it rain outside for 24/7. Make it rain. Spartany, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Sorry about my sniffles whilst reading it. But it's always lovely to hear from you. Nolly! Hi, Veggie! These chapters had lots more of those lovely moments that show us a little detail into everyday Wizarding life with the tour of the Ministry of Magic. Yeah, and the thing is, it could have been a lot more dry and almost intimidating, but it was actually still quite joyous, hence why Harry is in wonderment in the movie. I love how mundane everything is to the witches and wizards just doing their jobs. Well, quite is. It is literally, yeah, every day they see it. Also, a good look at the buoyancy of the ministry and Fudge's attempts to bureaucracy of the ministry and Fudge's attempts to bypass laws to fit his agenda. Very topical. Well, there you go. Percy trying too hard to prove his allegiance to the ministry, I fear. I guess so. Yeah, like I say, he very possibly did put his name forward to be the scribe in it. But again, it's good for Fudge to have someone that's going to be completely loyal to him as well, though. Absolutely. Nonny, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. H. Hey, Veggie boy. I really enjoy Chapter 7, such a great description of office life at the ministry. I love that Arthur is revealing everything for the reader. Us muggles are impressed by the magical things, whilst that is normal and mundane to him, which he's really impressed by things like ticket machines. Of course, yeah, absolutely, yes. Even when they're not out of order. Well, actually, and you could also say the other way round. Like us as muggles reading the book and everything, you know, Alfred's seeing all the usual things that he has to deal with, like with the memos and everything, like the fire-breathing chicken, not being that astonishing to him, but to us it's wild. So in a weird way, it's the same feeling that we're having, you know. A lot of great jokes at the ministry, like the ministry. Magical windows having only hurricanes for a while because magical maintenance wanted a pay rise. The fact that there is a muggle-worthy excuse committee there, yeah, and I love that it's muggle-worthy excuse is so interesting to me. Oh my goodness, Dolores Umbridge is such a reform MP vibe. I'm not going to get into that here, but there we go, H. Yeah, there we go, H. I try not to get political here, guys. Like, because quite frankly, I know that we're people from a lot of different backgrounds, but there are certain things that the author clearly tried to represent from real life, and I feel like that's what H has done there. And so, either way, thank you so much, H. Unbelievable. People are trying to get me to say all sorts this time. Seriously. But H, I'm only joking. Thank you so much for your comments. Last two. It looks like there has not been a comment since, so it looks like we're going to be rounding off with Jonas of the lovely side panels. Grace. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. Chapter 7. Fun fact. Number 62442 spells magic on the telephone. Yeah, I'm going to have to look at a telephone with the letters on, because quite frankly, that sort of thing blows my mind. So auras are like the FBI, and magical law enforcement patrol are like the police, I believe. Yes, I said detectives, but yeah, FBI. I feel like it's like kind of the same thing, isn't it? I think it's a bit higher up. I'm not sure, but yeah. Which up until now, I've always assumed that auras were like, again, a very broad spectrum of jobs, Which it still feels like they probably are. Why do you think they changed the hearing to make Harry look bad? That was my initial opinion. But the fact that it made it very unlikely for Dumbledore to be there. But then again, it made it more unlikely for Harry to be there as well. So yeah, it's probably for both, to be honest, rather than just Dumbledore or just Harry. But yeah, I feel like that was my initial thought. That it was done to make him look bad. Chapter 8 notes. Oh, my poor Percy, forever seeking validation from authority, or he's playing the long game, as we've discussed in this video already. What reason is there to produce a Patronus charm when there is no Dementors? To impress a Muggle, maybe? Yeah, I feel like there are reasons that they could accuse Harry of. Which they actually didn't. They just said that Harry was lying about the Dementors. They didn't, say, well, no, maybe you're just doing it to impress Dudley or something like that. But no, there's none of that. I hope you and Woozle have a fantabulous day. Thank you so much, Grace. That is greatly appreciated. I hope you do as well. Always appreciate your comments, Grace. Thank you so much. And we round it off today, guys, with the lovely Jonas. Thank you so much for the side panels, as always, Jonas. Hey, Veggie, hope you're enjoying these chapters. Absolutely did. Really did. So, so good. I think these chapters are quite rare, where we get so much time with Arthur, sorry. That's, I guess at the start of Goblet we did as well. But yeah, I think you're right. I also love the mention of the people controlling weather outside the fake windows, who did only storms and rain when they wanted a raise. Yes, that is amazing. Very sadistic. I hope I'm not too late, and you and Woozle are doing well. No, Jonas, you're absolutely fine. I know we were discussing about getting the side panels done by certain days. You're absolutely fine, so don't worry about that. But you are our last commenter. Just checking emails to see if anything else has come through, but it doesn't look like it. So, guys, these chapters are relatively shorter, so I think we probably did get this done in under 5 hours. There are going to be some chapters which are twice as long as these. I don't know if we're ever going to get to the stage where in certain chapters we do 1 chapter per video. I don't know if that would be an absolute disgrace for me to do, because the thing is that, guys, this series has taken long enough as it is. But there are some chapters which are an hour long. I don't know if there are future chapters which are longer than that. Let's have a look at if that's the case here. 54 minutes, 58 minutes, 53 minutes, 50 minutes, 53, 56... 53, 56, 51, 54, and they're back to back, guys. My goodness. From chapter 24, which I'm not looking at the names of, chapter 24 to chapter 28, they're all over 50 minutes. Oh, sorry. Oh my goodness. No, down to from chapter 25 to chapter 31, they're all over 50 minutes. Oh, apart from one, which is like a couple of seconds short. I don't know, guys. That sounds like a lot. Like doing 2 chapters which are over 50 minutes long is something that we have never done up to this point. Let me know your thoughts about potentially doing single chapters, but I know that seems ridiculous, guys, because this series is going to take as long enough as it is. But some of those run times are actually quite shocking to me. I only realised like that today, in fact. But, you know, this is a long book. We knew that going in. Guys, thank you so much for taking part in the book club. It's always such a fun part of these reviews. And yeah, I think we got it in under 15 minutes, guys. Like I say, I may edit down what I said about the casting at the start of this video. I'm going to listen back to it now and decide what I want to keep in or not. But please do, let's not have any sort of... I just don't need to be mediating an argument right now. I really don't. About something which I personally think doesn't really matter. But as far as the Golden Trio, I think that they're absolutely wonderful. And thank you so much for letting me know, those of you who did. And yes, until next time, guys, please like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. I'm VEGGIEKNIGHTS. She's been Woozle. And we'll see you next time. Up above.